Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone! Hi there! Hello. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things, and I'd like to welcome you all in today on this day 28 of our Donathon and our long-awaited combat styles playlist. Playlist? Wrong word. Analysis day. It's the long-awaited combat style analysis day, and I am super excited. So much so that my grammar apparently and vocabulary completely failed to perpetuate itself properly. Hello. I hope everyone is doing well this fine day. I hope that Wednesday has treated you kindly thus far, and that we are all very excited. I know I am very, very excited for today. I sincerely hope that everything will be functional. I think it will be. So we're gonna just hold stations for a little while before we dive into the main gist of things. Just to give everyone a little bit of a chance to get settled, to get comfy, to get ready, make sure you've got your hydrates in order, all of those lovely things. Because we are gonna be here for just a little bit. We got a good number of entries in, and I'm very, very grateful for that. And I think the one thing that I do need to have as a little disclaimer beforehand is that this is not a tier list. I did mention that in the initial posts about this as well, that this is not a tier list. We're not ranking anything. This is an analysis stream. What we're going to be doing is breaking down the designs as I can identify it, with the little bit of lore information that was provided, if it was, in the post accompaniment text that you guys sent through. And basically breaking down what I can identify, talking about the designs, highlighting what seems to function in what way, and all of that fun stuff, and throwing that into a radar diagram. It's going to be interesting. I'm working in Excel. I'm working in Excel, and I do not work in Excel almost ever. Like, the only time I work in Excel is when I'm trying to do, finance madness, which is scary. But, yeah. This is vastly out of the norm for my general use case for the software, but it can do the thing, so we're using it to do the thing, right? Citrina! Hello, you got this, I believe in you, Ria. Thank you, I appreciate it, and I hope you guys are looking forward to this as well. I'm just gonna quickly grab something because something was not gonna work. It was getting in the way. Let me just secure that. There we go. Alright. So, we are going to dive into it soon. Bread, lurking in. Congrats on the tablet. Very tired, but want to listen. Thank you! Thank you, Bread. I appreciate the lurk, and I hope that you do get a good rest in. If you fall asleep during the stream, I won't hold it against you. You sound like you're very tired. The VOD will be here on YouTube, so don't stress. And speaking of, yes, we have gotten the tablet on special. We have gotten the tablet, which was the primary goal for the replacement graphics tablet. We got it on special. That being said, we are continuing with the Donathon for a couple of days further, until we can reach the initial £1,600 goal. Reason being that that will then plug the next big hardware hole in the list of things that needs help. So the next thing that we need to invest in is going to be an iPhone for additional tracking utility, because I am doing VTuber rigs now for clients as well, and some of them have a need for iPhone tracking. And if I do not have the right hardware, I can't be sure that I'm rigging according to the correct inputs to get the most out of their models. So rather than just kind of leaning on the vBridger workarounds that I've currently been doing, which has not been working 100%, I want to make sure that I've actually got the correct inputs so that when I'm doing stuff for clients, that it's right. And also it's going to mean that our tracking over here is going to improve a little bit as well. And it's going to mean that when we finally get to do the 3D thing, we'll have something a little bit better than basic A-E-I-O-U phonemes to work with, which is going to be grand. But to us, we got the graphics tablet. I am super, super, super grateful. Yesterday I was grateful into stunned silence for a little bit. But yes, I am still over the moon. I got the email to say that it was shipped, so I'm expecting it early next week, depending on customs clearance. Probably Monday or Tuesday, but I'm going to bet on maybe Tuesday. So soon, very soon, we'll be able to do an unboxing, and I'm going to look forward to it very, very much. So you guys can see exactly what it is that you have helped me achieve and invested in the continuation of creative chaos for the foreseeable future. So look forward to it. Yes. All that being said, Ayo, Remy, thank you, Remy. That was unexpected. Thank you so much. Oh my word. Thank you so much. Oh my word. Okay. That is let me hop over. Yay, hello Harrier. Thank you, Remy. Welcome in. It's so good to see you here. Hello, and thank you for the donation. Let me make sure that I've got this spreadsheet open too. Yes, I do. Remy Noir. Now, you get to go onto the scroll of thanks. That's happening immediately. That is happening immediately. Yeah. Thank you. Where is it? I can't find it in my... Here it is. Okay. Here you go. Thank you for your contributions and welcome to the Scroll of Thanks. Greatly appreciated, guys. Woohoo! Alright. With all of that in place, I think we are just about ready to dive into the thing. Are you guys ready for combat style analysis? We haven't done this in over a year. So we shall see exactly what we have to work with. What I do want to do is I just want to very quickly come over into this view. And just pop something over there for a moment. Okay. And nope. Let's go to our main screen so that we can see what's going on. I'm gonna put myself in this corner for a bit. Okay. And actually I'm going to just squeeze in this way. I'm gonna squeeze in the side here. Okay, so this is what we are going to be working with today. And I think at this point I can throw this back on and let's just see, did I crop this properly? Not 100%. I thought I didn't crop it 100% properly, but I was not completely sure. But okay. So this is where we are going to be working. Over here, over here we've got all of our parameters and everyone who is participating. And then obviously on the side we have the graph itself that we'll be working with. Okay, I think we're back. I think we're back. It looks like we might be restored. It looks like we're okay. We're restored. We're back. Okay. Yay! Sorry about that. I have no idea why everything froze, but note to self, do not hold onto my cursor, apparently. It did not like me picking up and dragging that cursor object around on screen, apparently. Whoopsie! But it's fine, it's fine. We'll figure things out. We are back. Let me just let everyone know that we are back, that we are back, that we are back. While streamer bot is busy opening so that I can actually see chat again. Back online! Woohoo! Selector. And on this side, we shall just be careful to not be too vigorous in terms of the use of our cursor. It seems. Streamer bot, are you waking up? Please? Okay. So I was, when things went sideways, in the middle of explaining what in the blazes is going on. So we have our parameters over here with everyone who is participating. And then on this side we have a radar graph that is going to be showing exactly what it is that we are going to have as the final thing that you guys are going to get in the comments, along with your timestamp of when you appear in stream. So at the moment, the one that's showing is actually my stats. These are my stats. You can see we've got a couple of parameters. Species perk refers to if you have any organic advantages over other more basic individuals, then that is a species perk. Durability is a combination of normal clothed armor as well as organic armor. So if you are someone who has a combination of natural and synthetic armor, then you are going to have a really high durability score. Maneuverability is obviously your ability to move around swiftly and evasively. Brute force is exactly what it says on the box. How hard does it look like you can hit? That is what the brute force stands for in a nutshell. Range, from close range to long distances, obvious as well. Adaptability is a little bit of an interesting one because that one is based not necessarily on your maneuverability, but how quickly you are able to switch between different circumstances and scenarios and find yourself able to deal with those new circumstances. Basically, can you use whatever you can find around you to your advantage, and to what degree? Magic is also pretty much as it stands on the box. You know exactly what you're looking at when you are having a peek at the magic. I am personally like null on that. I've got 0 magic. Stealth is also pretty straightforward. If you've got a lot of jangly metal things, you're not going to be quiet. And in certain combat scenarios, that can be a make or break factor. So that is also something that needs to get weighed in. Weapons and ammunition, that refers to how many weapons you carry, and also whether or not they require ammunition, whether it is a heavy armament or something that's light, like maybe you only carry a brass knuckle. I don't know. That all depends. That all goes into the number of weapons and ammunition pieces that you carry. Gear Alliance is your ability to do the combat thing based on your ability or based on your access to appropriate hardware. If you are, for example, a mech pilot, but you don't have a mech, you're going to have a little bit of a tough time if you are not also adaptable and have skills in other areas. So Gear Alliance is a really big thing, actually. And all of these combine into something that, frankly, I could not condense into a tier list. I tried it previously to condense it all into a tier list, and it did not work. There were not enough categories to sort everyone into. I'm still trying to get my chat working, so I can't see anything yet. I can't see anything yet, and it's a little bit of a bother. I am hoping that I will get it working in a moment. There we go. Please, please, please open. That would be very, very nice. Okay. Hopefully the run as administrator button will help. Yes. The madness of having to reboot your computer because your OBS froze right after starting stream. It's not VTubing without the scar. So, yes. That is what we are going to be looking at for this. And okay, let me just make sure that I've got everything else open. Come on. Why is this not opening? It's very frustrating, but okay, it's fine. It's fine. We'll figure it out. We will figure it out. I'm going to temporarily put this over here because that's the closest thing I'm going to get to being able to actually see what's going on. Drop this on that side. I might have to kind of wing it between the two chats on a separate browser window because I am not getting StreamerBot to open up today and I do not know why. It just does not want to open. It did previously, but it's being a little bit temperamental at the moment, which is a little tragic. Let me just see. Come on, one more time. One more attempt. Please do the thing. Okay. I'm going to ignore StreamerBot for now because it is not playing ball. Alright. However, what we are gonna do is we are going to open up on this side again. Let's just check. There we go. That is where we're going to be. So we're going to start. We're going to get going. And we shall begin with... I think we're actually going to start with the folk on Blue Sky and then come back to Twitter, because there were only, I think, 4 entries on Blue Sky, so we'll start there and then move across to the Twitter side. And so the first one that we have is Bread's character. This is Static, I believe. It is Static, right? I think it's Static. With a picture I drew. Whoopsie. And yes, this was a fun stream last time, and fortunately I've got plenty of options. Have a ghost. Okay. So we have Ghost Static. What I know about him is that this is a very much ethereal character. And let me just hide the Harrier stats for a moment and come over to show that. Okay. So we know from previous interactions with Eldritch Horror of Bread, who is the owner of this character, that Eldritch Horror of Bread is in fact an Eldritch Horror, extraterrestrial being of ethereal nature, which is, yes, static and non-physical. Yes. Okay. So, in terms of species perk, that's a pretty big deal, because being completely non-physical, it means that a lot of the general combat restrictions are not going to completely apply, which makes this a very interesting starting character. So, species perk, I don't know if Static can become more physical to interact with solid objects at will or not. I am not 100% sure. But from the ethereal and very much non-physical nature, that has a couple of advantages. The first advantage being, weirdly, in terms of durability. You can't get hurt if you can't get hit, which is a really, really big advantage. So, I don't know if there is any limitation which would make it more likely for him to take a hit. So I am going to probably put the durability on a solid 10, because you can't really break what you can't hit. It's a very, very big bonus. Despite the complete and utter lack of any kind of armament, of any kind of armor, it is a really big perk to not have any physical parts of you that can take actual damage. I do not know if there is a way to damage an Eldritch Horror. I have no idea. I am trying hard not to lord up. Oh dear. I can believe that. I can believe that. This is about me trying to figure it out based only on what I see in in the image and what's in the comments, and what little I can extrapolate from our previous interactions, but I'm trying to not get the lore dump so much. But I can imagine that there is a whole lot backing this up. I can imagine there is a lot backing this up. That being said, I think with the next thing to keep in mind, which is probably going to be the species perk, there are probably going to be limitations to being ethereal, completely non-physical. So there are going to be a couple of disadvantages as well. So I'm going to put this on about an 8, because it's not useful in all occasions. Just like how you can't get hurt if you can't take a hit, if you can't hit anything, you're not going to do much damage, which is going to be a little bit of a limiting factor. Then let's look at maneuverability. Yeah, so I stay quiet, but generally excited about OC stuff. It's fun to be excited about OCs. It's really fun to be excited about OCs. I do not blame you for wanting to yap. A proper yap session is always fun when you get an opportunity. So right. OCs are so fun. They are. Let's keep this moving though, because there are quite a couple of people. The next thing that we want to look at is the maneuverability. Now, one of the key features that I am aware of with Eldritch Beings, which is very, very vague, it's literally only based on interactions with you guys, is that the general distances of space mean practically nothing. Like, practically. So, distance and ability to be at any one particular point in space seems like sort of a blasé thing. It feels like a very, very blasé thing. On top of that, it's a little bit tricky to see in this illustration, but Static wears very loose fitting clothing that's pretty easy to move around in. Thin, lightweight material. So even if we are looking at the... how can I phrase this? Apparition that is Static, rather than the extraterrestrial entity from which it is derived, Static is incredibly maneuverable. I will not assume that... Once again, I'm having a really hard time, based off of the limited information that I've got, I'm having a very hard time assuming that maneuverability-wise he's got any major restrictions. Perhaps, and this is a very big guess, he might be restricted to being in only one place at a time, but travel time is anyone's guess. So... You're doing great so far, in my opinion. Hey, awesome. Okay. Awesome. So yeah, I think that as far as maneuverability goes, Static is probably really, really maneuverable. Also, once again, being ethereal, dodging just means poofing out of existence in one spot. So that maneuverability is a solid 10. Brute force, however, is going to be a solid 0, because I cannot find anything on this person that is solid. quite legitimately. I can't find anything that would actually be able to deliver a hit. Perhaps there is a way if he can become more solid at any point in time, but it's indeterminable based off of the information that I've got. Range-wise, also, Eldritch Being can be literally anywhere, probably. I'm going to make that a solid 10 as well. Adaptability. This one I need to be careful of, because if we're looking only at static, the adaptability is going to be a little bit more limited. But if we're looking at the entire being, that is the Eldritch Bread, then it is a little bit different. So that is an extrapolation, once again, from knowing the person who owns the character, that this extraterrestrial being controls more than one object, or more than one entity. So there are a couple of them. There is the namesake bun, the namesake bread. There is static, who we see here. There is figurine, who is a literal figurine. Adaptability, a solid anime figure with a taser out of ouch. Yes. The adaptability is very much based off of what expression this extraterrestrial life form is occupying at the time. But that being said, there is this whole collection of potential options. So, adaptability, I'm gonna say probably also pretty high rank. Based on what I know of one of the iterations of this being, there are some things that it just does not 100% understand. So, especially when general biology is concerned, looking at you, corpse. So it is a... I would say that in terms of adaptability, pretty high ranking, but without full comprehension, the full ability to adapt perfectly is going to be limited. So I'm going to make the adaptability a solid 9. Just because of a little lack of comprehension in terms of some basic logics. Biology is for people who pay attention to physics. Okay, that knocks that down to an 8. That knocks that down to an 8. Because physics is kind of a little important to a bunch of things. Magic? Definitely a 10. Because you can't be an extraterrestrial being that pilots a literal bun and not be a magical creature. I'm sorry. Static is a magical boy. That's the rules. Would be higher if it was smarter, was spot on. Hey, okay, awesome. We're on the right track there then. Stealth, I assume that this is also a pretty high rank here. Because once again, we're dealing with an ethereal being that does not exist, so making noise might be a little bit interesting of a challenge if you don't actually interact with air, because you ignore physics. Yeah, interacting with air might be a little bit of a challenge, which means that making sound in the physical realm might be an actual challenge. Unless it gets magicked into existence. So probably stealth is also going to be really high rank. Weapons and ammunition, there are none whatsoever. I can also not necessarily identify a reason why an eldritch being would actually need a weapon, unless it's picking a fight with another eldritch being. And I'm pretty sure that's okay, so the bigger fish wins. The bigger fish gets to eat. So I'm gonna leave that one on 0. And for the same reason, I'm also going to put gear reliance on 0, because what gear does he actually need? Pretty much none. So in pretty much most cases, what this boils down to is that static is pretty OP if only he could touch stuff, and if only he was a little smarter. Really would not want to pick a fight with this, because, well, what would you even be able to do? But at the same time, could it even do anything back? Not enough information to say. But based off of what we can see, we're in a pretty straightforward agreement that having a completely ethereal body has its perks, but it's also got its major disadvantages. Texas Lizard Gaming, hello. Since you gave magic such a high rating, I feel like weapon should be around a 5. I personally feel like you can't have such a magic level if you don't know offensive magic. I would consider offensive magic as still being in the magic category. Weapons would be specifically physical weapons in this categorization. So specifically physical weapons. Reasonable. Thank you for the clarification. No problem. No problem. I just think that magic has a lot of variables to it. It could be offensive, it could be regenerative. Regenerative properties could be either magical or it could be a species perk thing. It depends on the world build. So those are all things that one needs to weigh in when one is doing this sort of breakdown on what you are seeing on the characters. But I think that covers it for static belonging to Eldritch Horror of Bread. Thank you so much for your submission. What a wild start, right? I think it was a wild start. I think this works well. He's made of the main Eldritch Horror body, so he can absorb and eat matter, but also a crippling weakness to light. So strong enough flashlight or lamp can and will keep him at bay. So a good read. Okay, so there is in fact a way to affect him. Good to know, good to know. Huh. That would affect the durability score ever so slightly. So I'm going to bring that down to a 9. Because there is in fact a way to cause damage of some degree, or limit abilities to some degrees with the light. Okay, that makes it slightly more reasonable. So exciting! Hey, all right. So that is it for bread. Let me just put myself over on this side for a moment. Okay, and grab the screenshot. Actually, no, I'm going to deliver these all at the end of the stream, because then I can also attach your time stamp with your radar diagram. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let me just tuck myself over there again. Alright. I've been thinking of weaknesses, and it's usually light in the right spot or being made of bread or plastic and tiny. Yeah, those would generally be valid weaknesses. Those would generally be valid weaknesses. Okay. So the next person in our queue is gonna be Josie. Joksai. I'm not 100% sure about the pronunciation now. A girly pop frog VTuber. Very, very, very cute. Let me just switch over to the correct line of data. There we go. So let's have a good and proper adorable. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's just actually zoom in and appreciate this a little bit. Can I zoom in? Not here. Can I do it over here though? Very, very cute. Interesting thing happening over here on the they look a little bit like wings, but at the same time I'm seeing frog's eyes, which is very interesting. Very cute little holographic sleeves. Very cute dress. All in all, an adorable, adorable design. So the first thing that I'm noticing with this as a major species advantage is the horizontal pupils. So horizontal pupils are really, really, really good for expanding your line of sight outwards. So you're going to see the same sort of thing happening on frogs as on sheep in that regard, that they'll have this horizontal pupil. It's almost like having an extra pair of eyes just because of the way that it expands that line of sight sideways. With the additional benefit of usually being placed on the top and sides of the face, that is a really, really big advantage when it comes to identifying threats that may want to cause you harm. So the horizontal pupils and what looks like actual working eyes attached to the headdress wings, that definitely expands the range of visibility, which as far as species perks go, that is a major asset to being able to identify any potential threats, which in a fight is really, really helpful. Jaksai, I'm excited. Feel free to interpret it as you want. I love hearing others' ideas. Yay! I'm glad to hear that. I forgot to check the YouTube chat for a while as well. Okay, it's the same. Okay. I am still not getting StreamerBot to open, sadly. So I'm just doing a little bit of juggling between all of the things. But okay. So that, as far as species perk goes, the visibility is the first thing that I did notice. The second thing I'm noticing is that there are wings. And the wings in question are very small. I'm not sure if those are decoration or if they're organic. I can't tell. But what I can say is that those would probably have a very hard time actually enabling flight. Those are, as far as scale goes, they're more vestigial, I suppose is the right word. They're organic, but kind of useless. Okay. So that is good to know. That is good to know. I think that sort of thing would probably be more useful for, how can I phrase this? Emotive signaling, probably, which is in its own way a useful species perk, because if one is dealing with others of your species that have similar traits, having these sorts of markers that you can use to sort of signal your feelings without necessarily having to communicate in a verbal fashion can help identify who is a threat, who is not a threat. So, much like animal body language, this would probably fall into the same sort of use case. Whether others of Joxai's species exist is anyone's guess. But one can assume that as long as this person is not the last of the species in question, then it's probably going to have some practical purpose as far as species perk goes. It serves some purpose. That being said, aside from the expanded range of motion, these species perks are not necessarily going to be particularly useful in a fight. So I would probably pin the species perk advantage to about a 3, simply because of the extra range of vision being definitely useful, but with the limited, how can I phrase this, utility of the wings and no other obvious advantages organically being immediately visible, I don't think there are any others straight off the bat. The pointed ears are something, also sensory. They don't look like they are mobile based on the expressions, which means that there's no directional audio sensitivity. Makes sense. I love these interpretations already. Hey, I'm glad. So yeah, I'm confident to leave that on about a 3. Durability-wise, we are dealing with a frog, asterisk, with no obvious armor of any description. So it's very difficult to identify any particular durability. I think if I look at these shoes, let me just see if I can zoom in a little bit more. Hey, no, wait. Can I zoom in a little bit more? Okay, it's not in fact steel, it's just shiny. I think I'm going to give the durability score a 1, just because there is at least the potential for rain protection, and you're not completely exposed to the elements. I would still hate to fall off of a motorbike dressed like this, but at least you will probably survive a half a day without keeling over from exposure. She's not ready for battle, that's for sure. Okay. But that is good to know. Maneuverability-wise, she is frog. So chances are there is at least a little bit of spring in those legs. Just a little bit, right? They are quite long. And because of the skirt, which is not desperately tight, I do think that as far as the leg movement goes, she won't have any problem moving around. Like, I do not see her having a problem either running or jumping with any particular inhibiting agents as far as the wardrobe is concerned. So I can definitely think that that is definitely going to bump up the maneuverability score. What will take that down a little bit, though, is going to be the off-the-shoulder jacket. What is a generally underplayed disadvantage of having a jacket over the shoulder like this is that it actually restricts your arm's ability to move forward. And that is going to have a major impact when it comes to correcting your balance, especially on landings. And also, it could kind of get in the way if you need to quickly put up your arm to block a thing or catch a thing. So, I do think that the jacket, how it is being worn, would restrict mobility just a little bit. Braid says, I love the differences in designs with just 2 entries. Number 2, would put on a jacket if going motorbiking. Number 1, I am not sure if they can die. Lots of fun designs in consideration. Yeah, big differences straight off the bat. Definitely big differences straight off the bat. I've got these in the wrong place. I thought something was weird. I've got these in the wrong place. That's 3. That's 1. That gets cleared. That gets cleared because we haven't been there yet. Okay. So, as far as maneuverability goes, the only other thing that I can think of as a major consideration is that there is a skirt in question, and I am pretty sure that there would be some discomfort with being inverted while wearing a skirt, so that would also probably limit maneuverability just a bit, at least on a psychological level. So I am going to put maneuverability on... I'm going to put maneuverability on 7. Because we are dealing with a frog who can jump quite quickly and react quite swiftly, it is going to be a relatively high thing. We are going to be working in isolation here, in terms of each design within the scope of its own world build. So if anyone was wondering why I'm giving Joxai such a high maneuverability score when bread exists, when Eldritch Horror of Bread exists, is because I am assuming that they do not exist in the same world build. So that is the consideration that we are dealing with here. As far as brute force is concerned, I'm not seeing any sort of excessive musculature. So as far as the ability to actually throw a hit, I think probably kicking force would be the one thing that I would watch out for. Probably could barely kill a fly. Yeah, the kicking would probably be the thing to watch out for because of the strong legs. I think that would definitely be the thing to watch out for. I'm seeing very, very little through these holographic sleeves regarding arm musculature. And also, once again, the sleeves are going to inhibit the ability to throw a punch quickly, should the arms be the weapon of choice. So as far as brute force goes, I'm going to put that at about a 4. I think that would be the fair option there. Eldritchar of Bread is a statistical outlier and will only be considered in isolation is something I need on a t-shirt. Oh, well, have at it. Yeah, statistically, we do not expect to have fights on average with an extraterrestrial entity that is multidimensional. So yes, definitely a statistical outlier. But yeah, I think as far as brute force goes, kicking force needs to be watched out, needs to be something to take caution of, but aside from that, it has still got some major weak points in terms of being able to deliver a hit. Also, these hands are very small and dainty, very feminine, so they would probably not want to take a huge impact for fear of causing more damage to themselves than what you are trying to hit as well. So that is also a consideration there. As far as range goes, I'm seeing no indicators of frog-tonguingness. So I'm seeing no indicators of the typical frog tongue, which would be the only thing that would be a range extender based on the frog theme. The wings also not having functional purpose would also have an impact on limiting the range. No froggy tongue? That would be interesting if she does that. It would definitely be interesting. It would definitely be interesting to incorporate into a design. But she's cute, so we shall forgive the absence of the frog tongue. So I think as far as range goes, she is pretty much a close range person. I'm not seeing any indicator. Once again, with the limited range of movement caused by the jacket, throwing things would also be limited. So I'm going to put this at like a range of 1. Because we are definitely not dealing with any sort of ranged combat here. Adaptability. Now this is going to be an interesting one. Because we have the increased range of vision with the horizontal pupils, I think it will give this person a better idea of what's going on around them to be able to make decisions about how to evade or how to take advantage of a situation. So that is definitely a major bonus that the species perk provides in that case. I'm not sure if there's much else that would help with that, unless you start throwing jackets and belts at people. unless you start throwing jackets, belts, and jewelry at people, I don't think you've got much else in the adaptability thing going for. The second reason to submit these to streams. Ria's got good ideas. I'm glad if you enjoy these ideas. This is very much fun to hear. Hey, awesome. Yeah, I think as far as that adaptability goes, the ability to take in more information about your surroundings is going to be a huge advantage. So I'm going to put that at about a 6. Because that's going to give you a lot more options to deal with than someone who's got a much more limited field of view. I think that would be a fair assessment. Now, magic is the next category, and I cannot help but think that there is magic of some description at play here, because otherwise I am not sure how you would get a set of eyes that is attached to a set of wings attached to your head to be functional. I am sensing some degree of magic in here. There are no obvious magical accessories of any description, but I do get a sense that there is something at play on the magic front. I'm not sure if it would be necessarily offensive magic, or if it would maybe be a poison magic of some description. Perhaps poison because frogs. That might be a sort of magical attribute. There's also pockets, which means that there could be a case for having the occasional mana potion in there. Yes, magic frog girl, yay! Yeah, there is definitely a magical girl vibe going on here. So I think I can't say that I'm getting the sense of like archmage type magical strength, but definitely at the very least a mundane level of magic capability. At the very, very least. So I'm going to put magic at about a 4. Because there's nothing obvious, but I do get the sense that there is definitely magic at play. Stealth-wise, I'm not seeing an awful lot that could be something to reduce the stealth possibilities with this, unless the beads on the necklaces jingle a little bit. If those sleeves are vinyl, they might make creaking sounds. That squeaking, creaking vinyl sound. That might be an issue. This jangle looks like it might with this jangle here on this light dangle thing that is hanging on the belt, looks like it's just close enough to maybe potentially smack against the buckle there a little bit. And it also looks like these shoes are also possibly going to squeak a little bit. Also very, very possibly. Depends on the fit, depends on the material. I can't tell if that's a rubber or a leather. I'm tempted to say probably a rubber because of the smoothness of the rendering here. And also because the theme is frog, and frogs and leather are not necessarily always in the same sort of thematic vein. I definitely agree that it would be a rubbery steps, not good for sneaking around. Yeah. And the last thing on that note is that I can definitely see a sole here. So the height of your shoe soles does have a major impact on your stealth ability. And the hardness of your shoe soles has a major impact on your stealth ability. So combining rubber squeakiness, vinyl squeakiness, potential clanking of charms against belt buckles, potential clanking and clicking of beads on the necklace. I think what we're looking at is definitely not the loudest sort of character in existence, but definitely not the quietest. There is definitely enough on this design to be heard, and that's before we take into consideration that the hair is long, and that is also going to have some friction sounds if that swishes around while walking. And any feather fluttering and so on. So they walk like a frog, with a bit of a ribbit. I didn't say it. But yeah, I think as far as stealth goes, could probably, if you kick the shoes off, reduce that down to maybe a 4 as well. Or increase your stealth to maybe a 4, but under normal circumstances, I'd put that on a 2. Like, the only way I can imagine this outfit could get louder is if there was more metal that could clank against itself. But aside from that, mostly I'm hearing the vinyl squeak. I am mostly hearing the vinyl squeak. The only thing I'm not seeing that is as a major domestic wear stealth advantage is that there's no zipper, where a loose zipper toggle would be clanking against the zip. That is the only domestic clothing advantage that I am seeing here. But alright, let's move along. As far as weapons and ammunition goes, unless there's stuff in your pockets that you can throw at people, there is not much in the line of anything. At a stretch, you could probably whip off the necklace and use that as a choke chain. Same with the belt. Could probably use that as a choke chain. Or as a whip. But once again, that's very much improv. So I am going to say that because you have got some things that you can improv into some sort of a weapon, I am going to put that at a 2. Because you have got some things that you could use. They're not designed for it, but you could use it, and it could be very effective. Supposing that you know how to use it. Surprise jewelry as a weapon is something to imagine for certain. Yep. It's not the first thing that people think of for the use of their jewelry, but it's got its perks sometimes. Also, if you've got stuff in your pockets that you could throw in someone's face, make them flinch, that also is a major thing that is helpful in disrupting any potential attackers in terms of their combat strategy. If you can obscure their line of sight for a split second. So that's helpful. Now, as far as the last step, which would be gear reliance in a fight, I can't see this being a character that is geared to fight at all. Despite having the magical girl feeling, I'm not getting the sense of there being any sort of medium or whatever that could be used as a primary conduit for action of any description. So anything that is a magical ability seems to be very much based within the body itself, rather than through some sort of a conduit that without which you can't function. And also similar to the durability, you probably would be able to last a little bit of a while without having any particular extra gear, but you would definitely need to have a better loadout to be able to improve your chances of survival would you fall into any sort of combat situation. So I would probably say, as you are now, your reliance on what you have available should you get in a fight is going to be a lot less dependent on what you have on you and on your person, because you've only got the belts, you've only potentially got whatever's in your pockets, you've only got the jacket, and you've only got the beads. So as far as those things are concerned, the tools potentially available at your disposal are very, very limited. So I would actually put your gear reliance on maybe a 2 as well. I do not think you are very dependent on your gear in order to get around. If you have any advantages in a fight, it's based on your line of sight. I think that's your primary advantage in any sort of a combat scenario. Beyond that, I do not think you should be poking your nose in a place where there is a fight going on. But there we go. That is Joksai, our girly pop frog VTuber. Thank you for your submission. Simply put, see a problem and run away before it can grab you. I think that is going to be your primary modus operandi if you find yourself in any hostile situation. Froggy legs run! Yes, very much so. Thank you for joining. I really appreciate it. I shall send this to you and your timestamp in the comments after stream. Tactical retreats are very valid. They are absolutely totally valid. They are very, very much important. The next person in our queue is Magic Stardust. Fey Demon got kicked out of the Feywilds during my coronation ceremony and left with my glamour magic. Okay. Once I can figure out how to come home, I can do much more than that. High preference for bows and swords and casting when at full power. Okay. So this is going to be a very different build once again. Okay, so, Magic Stardust. Here we go. Alright. So, what have we got going for ourselves here? We know we have a Fey Demon, which definitely means that there is so much magic involved. But also that magic is definitely restricted because of being kicked out of the Feywilds. That is definitely going to be the first thing that I'm noticing here, which is a little bit out of sync but it's kind of an important note. That is a kind of really important note. And that's just even before we get into actually looking at the design. So assuming that there is some sort of a limitation, you can fit so much magic in this bad boy if you can remember to charge them. Something like that. Something like that. So based on the line, once I figure out how to get home, I can do much more. That insinuates that the total cap of magic is relatively high, but because of the limitation of being out in the Feywilds and only having the glamour, that is gonna take a huge knock to the magic stat. So that is going to come all the way down to a 2. Now the reason why I'm putting that on a 2 rather than anything else is because a glamour is still potentially a really, really useful thing in a fight or any sort of a combat scenario. Because what is a glamour if not changing your appearance? Now, I'm not sure what the actual extent of that changing of appearance could be, but based on what I can identify, or based on what I can imagine of the concept of having a glamour magic, it could either mean that you could take on the appearance of another person, so potentially one of your enemy's allies, or one of your opponent's allies, or potentially you could take the appearance of an inanimate object, which gives you the opportunity to sneak away and get evasive if need be. So that has got its perks, it has got its uses, it is definitely useful in a combat scenario. It doesn't have an offensive ability, but it, as far as playing mind games goes, it is definitely useful. So do not discount glamour magic. It has its perks. But with that said, let's have a look at the next thing, which ought to be the species perk. Now, we see over here that we've got wings and a tail. Let me just zoom in a little bit. There we go. We've got wings and a tail. Because we're going to assume that flight is magic assisted, these probably do not serve the purpose of actual flight assistance and being a rudder, but rather act as some sort of expression or extension of the magical species in question. We've also got horns. These ram-like horns, which is a little bit tricky to see. Wait, scroll down. It's a little tricky to see, but we do have these ram-like horns over here as well. I can't imagine them serving an actual organic purpose. I can't see this fulfilling any sort of organic purpose because they are in the wrong position on the head to be useful for actually ramming something. This person would hit their forehead before the horns would hit the thing. So they are, as far as any sort of charging skill go, not particularly useful in that case. Also, we're dealing with someone who's female, so it's not like she's going to be rucking for dominance with the horns by locking horns with another fae. I don't see that happening. So unless there is a sensory advantage to having these, I'm pretty sure that they are mostly going to serve some sort of a display purpose within the species. More so than fulfilling any sort of organic function. With that being said, I can't see, aside from the species being an innate source of magic, I can't see there being any actual additional perks to the species. So I'm going to make the species perk over here. I'm going to make the species perk over here a 1. Because there is some advantage in that it is the source of magic, is the species, but there are no additional advantages to that. Because flight is magic assisted, if flight is possible, and I do not see there being a practical use for the horns unless there is something sensory built in, which we don't know. The next thing is going to be durability. Now, here, I see no indications of any kind of armor whatsoever. So that's also probably going to be a little bit of a tight problem. Lots of exposed skin. Lots and lots and lots of exposed skin. Especially around the midriff, that's going to be a major, major risk. Because any damage you take to your abdomen is immediately a life-threatening injury. So, I think in terms of durability here, I can't see this being. I can't see any indication of any. I can't see there being any indication of anything that would prevent injury based on this design, really. So, durability, I'm also going to put that on a 1. There is at least a pair of shoes that will protect against thorns that you step on, potentially. But otherwise, very, very limited durability there. Maneuverability, probably, so long as magic-assisted flight is optional, which, granted that only the glamour magic works, is probably going to not really be the case. That's going to limit the maneuverability, so it's not going to be the full 10. These do look like shorts. They do look like shorts, not a mini skirt. So at the very least, it looks like there's going to be at least an 80% range of movement around the hips. There's going to be at least an 80% range of movement around there. I think, based on how tiny these are, there's probably also going to be a limit to the range of movement as well, without potentially splitting the shorts open. So that is going to be a little bit of a limiting factor. And I would argue that those really high platforms are also going to be a problem. That's sort of a high shoe, unless you are incredibly confident. You are going to have a really hard time walking in those without potentially damaging your ankles. You're going to need an actual distinctive walking style for that sort of a platform as well. Because there is also not an obvious guard of any description around the ankle as well that can support that with that extra weight. Any walking or running would need to be incredibly careful. So that would also be a maneuverability limiting factor. So definitely going to pull that all down from flight not being necessarily probable. Is going to take from a 10 down to an 8. The potential... cancel. The potential splitting of shorts is going to take that again down from an 8 till about 7-ish. And then though the risk of those platforms is going to take that down to a 5, I think. I would hesitate to go with any higher maneuverability than 5. Now, that is my major concern there. Brute force. I do think, once again, I would probably really dislike being kicked with one of these. There is some indicator of strength in the thighs. There is definitely some indicator of strength in the thighs, and there is definitely some indicator of strength in the calves. So once again, I'd be more scared of kicking than what I can see of the arm weight here. I'm not seeing much in terms of mass in the arm, so I'm not as scared of those. Also because, like what we said earlier, I'm not seeing the horns actually being used as a weapon physically, so I don't think that those being used to headbutt would probably come into play. So as far as brute force goes, I'm going to peg this also at about a 5 as well. But then it comes to the next point, which is range. So, high preference for bows and swords, and casting when at full power. So that is definitely a long to medium range sort of combat build. Whether those bows and swords are picked up or carried or summoned or whatever is unknown information. Very much unknown information. I'm not seeing any indication of any sort of a strap that could be used to carry any of these, unless, once again, summoned in some way, shape or form, either from a pocket dimension or conjured. But I think the preference for bows is going to dial that all the way up to an 8. That's going to dial that up to an 8. I won't say a 10 because that would be something like a sniper rifle, maybe. Adaptability. Let's have a look-see. Proficiency with both swords and bows is a vastly different kind of skill set, so that does hint to there being quite a good degree of adaptability. Also, the historical evidence of being capable of casting various magics also indicates a high level of adaptability. Whether or not that can actually be acted upon in practice is to be seen, but I think that's going to be a solid 8 as well. I think the maneuverability limitation would be the major inhibiting factor to being able to take whatever's available and make it work. But aside from that, this seems pretty adaptable to me. Stealth, definitely I'm not getting a stealth sense from this. The tail looks like it's made out of jewels, which might clank a little bit and make crystalline sounds as it moves. Those platforms have to be hard-soled. They have to be hard-soled, which means those are definitely going to make a noise when walking. Those booty shorts also, they're probably going to squeak because they look like that fake leather sort of material or vinyl as well. So as far as stealth goes, I can't imagine this being a very quiet outfit. Once again, I can't say that it's going to be quite as bad as chainmail covered in charms, perhaps. But yeah, I definitely think there's going to be some squeak as one walks with this sort of an outfit. So I am going to put that stealth on a 2 as well. Weapons and ammunition. We know that there is a preference for bows and swords. We can't see the bows and swords, but we know that there is a preference for them. So I am going to put that at we can't we don't see the weapons in question, so I can't really use the weapons as a reference to sort of identify, okay, is it multiple kinds of swords? What kinds of bows are we dealing with? Because you get different kinds of both. And it does make seeing, okay, what is the range within that? What is the actual range of the weaponry loadout? It does make that a little bit tricky to identify. So on the weapons and ammunition, I'm going to put that on a 4 because it is necessary and it is explicitly mentioned. But we can't really identify it completely. Why can't they sneak? Because dummy thick and leather booty shorts. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, it's not it's not wrong. It's not wrong. All right. Lastly is gonna be gear reliance. Now, once again, they are pouches. They're very thin pouches on this design. One on the hip holster and one on the waist sling here. What is carried in those pouches is anyone's guess. But based on the fact that the magic is limited once again to the glamour. Based on the fact that the magic is once again limited to the glamour, any other combat is going to be a little bit more dependent on the gear. Once again, like we said previously, I think the kicks are going to maybe pack a bit of a punch, provided that the ankles can be protected. I think as far as weaponry goes, aside from the sword and bow, the only thing that's immediately visible would be actually the mass on those shoes. Aside from that, I think there is some definite reliance on the weaponry in a combat scenario. Until such time as magic is restored, there's definitely going to be a gear reliance of some description, so I'm going to pull that on an 8 as well. At least you're both cultured and realistic, never change. I'm glad you think so. I'm glad you think so. Okay. But there we go. I think that is this one covered in as much detail as we can. So, to Magic, thank you so much for your submission. I hope that you agree with what I said. If not, I apologize. But that is what I could identify based off of the information available to me. So thank you for joining and for your submission. Alright. The next one in our list is Inanis, belonging to Lee Moon. So let us switch over here. I think it's time for a hydrate, guys. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. It's only an hour and a half into stream. No, yeah, it's definitely time for a hydrate. Wow. How are we all holding up? Are we having fun? Sippy shark, sippy shark. Cute, cute sippy shark. Alright. Yeah, having fun. Awesome, 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 awesome. Seeing as I'm out of class and mine still hasn't popped up, I'm doing great. Yeah, no, we've only gone through 3. We've only gone through 3. So, I am going to try and see if I can speed this up just a tiny bit. Because otherwise we're not actually going to get through all of them. And that'll be sad. Okay. So the next character that we've got is Inanis, who seems to be some sort of insectoid dragon. We don't actually have this definition of the species, but definitely some sort of insectoid dragon. And that comes with a couple of perks. So let's start straight off the bat with the species perks that we can see. Firstly, the forearms is kind of helpful. The forearms is kind of helpful. Can you imagine how useful that is in a grapple? In any sort of a grappling scenario, having 4 arms when your opponent might only have 2 is an immensely useful thing in terms of restricting the opponent's maneuverability. I think that is definitely a massive note. Also the teeth. Also definitely the teeth as far as the species perk goes. a good amount of rip and tear bite force. Just look at that. Oh, you can't see it. Let me just do this. Let me just do this. There we go. If we look at how the mouth splits as the jaw opens, this is going to deal serious damage. The absolute maw on that beast. Oh yeah. Like, as far as bite force goes, this is going to do serious damage. We can't necessarily see it altogether clearly with the mane, but on this view particularly, if we look at the thickness of the neck, we get the sense that there is quite a bit of strength in that neck as well, which when it comes to that twisting rotation when you're ripping with your teeth is going to be immensely useful. So that is a really dangerous set of chompers. That is a really dangerous set of chompers. That's huge advantage on that. Also wings, so also flight. And then you've got the advantage of tail sweep that comes with spikes. So, there is that. As far as the legs go, the claws help. The way that these are shaped, it looks like they're more of a running sort of a talon than a it looks more like a running sort of a talon than a gripping sort. If I can just get there. I can't zoom in on this properly, I don't think. Let me just reset. But that definitely looks like more of a running talon than a gripping sort. It's not like on a bird of prey where it's designed to grip onto a branch or onto a prey animal or something like that. That is definitely more reminiscent of your theropod dinosaurs. So that combined with the proportion of the calf to thigh length and the general shape and proportion of the leg tells me that the running speed here is also going to be quite high. So as far as our total species perk goes, before anything else, there is so much that is in this guy's benefit when it comes to physical advantages. Like, the physical advantages are like Emperor tier here. Species perk, solid 10. Species perk, solid 10, because all of them are perks. Legitimately, the only weakness I can see in this entire species build setup is that these wings are insectoid, which means that they are very, very delicate and prone to damage. So when we're looking at the durability, that is going to take the durability down from a 10 to maybe like an 8. Because those are a weakness. In any sort of a combat scenario, that's a lot of surface area and to need to keep out of the way of danger. We can't see what's happening under the clothing so much. Like here we get a rough idea based on what sort of markings we can see here. And we can see the insectoid joints submerging into more reptilian torso information. But aside from that, yeah, that's going to be a major weak point. We're going to assume that the entire reptile torso is more of a scale texture. Than anything else. Chances are, as far as the arms go, those are probably in an exoskeleton. because of how that is behaving. I'm going to assume that's exoskeleton. So as far as durability goes here, I think we're going to put that on yeah, I'm going to put that on an 8, because that is really, really high durability on this build. Maneuverability, like we said, definitely a runner's build, definitely flight capability. That tail is going to act like a rudder, like perfect weight redistribution tool. That's going to aid so much in that. So I'm going to dial that maneuverability all the way up to a 10 as well. Well, okay, maybe not a 10. The torso is a little bit... It does feel like the torso is a little bit short for the number of limbs that are scrunched into it. So in terms of rotational ability in the torso, this person might struggle just a little bit when it comes to that sort of a lateral movement, a little bit, with just having actually too much stuff in the way. So I would say... I'm going to put maneuverability here on a 9. I'm going to put maneuverability here on 9 because there is definitely a lot of maneuverability, but I can see that there is a potential to get tangled up in your own limbs a little bit as well. So that is the limiting factor there. Brute force, definitely high level brute force. We've got the teeth, we've got the muscular neck, which is definitely going to have a major impact on bite force. We've got that tail, the amount of damage that tail can do. Definitely a huge amount there. I can see in any sort of a melee situation, this is going to end with pain. This is going to end with the opponent feeling pain. There's also those horns, which if you had to try and get rear angle attack in, one good sweep with the back of the head and you're losing your eyes. So I think brute force, this is definitely at the very least an 8. Like, you know what, actually I'm going to put this on a 10 as well, because with the insectoid sort of build as well, insect muscles have a different kind of protein structure to vertebrates. So the way that their muscles release energy is very, very different chemically. And how they move is different, which is why they can move at those ridiculous speeds. It's because it's a completely different kind of energy delivery, which means that if this guy was going to swing one of those insect arms, that speed of movement is going to hit you so hard you're not going to know which way is up, I think. Range, I am seeing absolutely no indication of any kind of ranged attack. There is no indication of any sort of magical ability. Yeah, no special powers or anything. So, range is going to be contact range of 1, and magic is going to be a solid 0. Adaptability, super high. Once again, only limitation I could definitely think of would be the potential for the wings getting caught in some things, perhaps, and suffering damage. and the arms getting tangled up in each other. So I'd say adaptability, definitely. Also high ranking, probably about an 8. Stealth. I would actually guesstimate that this guy would be pretty stealthy. Like, if I think about it, theropod dinosaurs were largely hunters, and that is obviously the foundation of the lower body build on this guy is a theropod dinosaur. And if they were to exist, they had to have at least some stealth of some description. Weight being considered as well. That being said, do not think that big things are not stealthy. If you ever go on a game drive in a wildlife reserve in Africa that is on a reserve that has elephants, one thing that you are going to need to be aware of is that there could be an elephant in the tree line 5 meters away from you. You won't know about it. So quiet. Even if they're moving, you will not know about it. I can't speak for the experience of anyone who has encountered an Indian elephant, but from what I've seen and heard of African elephants, they are surprisingly stealthy. Like, unless they are particularly trying to make a noise, they are very careful with how they put their feet down. They can be really, really quiet. So I think that something with mass can definitely be significantly quiet. So stealth-wise, I think this guy's going to have quite a couple of advantages. I'm not seeing anything on his outfit that can clank or jingle. Like, the noisiest thing I can imagine would be during flight, the buzz of the wing flutter, or if he's doing something with his fingers and they're sort of clicking together a little bit. I think that might be the loudest organic movement that you'd experience here, because that sweater was definitely soft. Those look like yoga pants probably, or something similar. So like zero sort of sound propagation factor from the outfit itself. So stealth, I'm going to put on a 9 over there, because there is so much that's going to be quiet on that guy. Weapons and ammunition. Weapons and ammunition, I'm not seeing any indication that he needs them, like, at all. Yeah, I'm not seeing any indication that he has or needs them, so that's going to be on a 0. Once again, he's wearing a sweater and gym pants. He probably does not need weapons. He's not carrying anything, probably. There's no indication of anything like that, so a solid 0 on that. And that also means that there's going to be a negative gear reliance. So, really, a very, very, very powerfully built character, all in all, I think. Like, I once again, I would not want to pick a fight with this guy. I would not want to pick a fight with this guy. He's got a lot going for him. I would lose. Alright. Lee Moon, thank you for submitting Inanis. And I shall be sending you your timestamp and your radar graph after stream. Alright. Last one on Blue Sky is going to be Seal Silverfang. Woohoo! Seal! Let me go and show. Yay! Okay. So, let's see. Minor deity of cats. I'll leave the rest of the info blank for funds. Okay. So, minor deity of cats. That immediately gives us 2 bits of information. One, feline. Cats have a lot of useful species perks about them. Stealth-wise, we've got the cat ears as well, which look like they're going to be dexterous, which means that there's the audio advantage in terms of sensory ability. The tail is going to assist with balance. I can't really tell 100% off the bat here. Can I zoom in? No. Less. Less. Okay, I can't zoom in quite altogether that much. But it looks like we've got the reactive pupils as well. So that is, as far as species perks goes, it's already a significant amount that is in Seal's favor. Like straight off the bat. I will mention also wearing shorts under there. Okay, good to know, good to know. Thank you for the heads up. Otherwise, I'd also consider that something to just be mindful of. Ladies, if you are watching, always wear shorts under your skirt for peace of mind. You never know when you're going to be spontaneously inverted beyond your knowledge, or beyond your ability to predict. And that it would be embarrassing. No, seriously, you never know when you accidentally trip down the stairs or fall down an escalator or whatever, and end up literally in a situation where you're going to be compromised. So, wear shorts under your skirts. But anyway, so as far as our species perk goes, I can't see claws, and we've got human feet involved, so it's not going to be the full feline set of perks in that regard. Cat feet would have probably increased the stealth score a bit. But the tail for the balance and the dexterous ears and the reactive pupils are definitely going to have their major advantages in terms of night vision, audio detection, and balance. So I'm going to put those species perks on a 7. Durability. There is exactly 0 armor on this. Unless I'm seeing this right, that the collar is... I can't tell if that's just silver fabric or if it's actual metal. If it's silver fabric, then that's actually a gorget, which would be an armor piece. In which case, it's actually it's actually covering legitimately one of the best places that a gorget could be covering. because that lower portion of the neck, right by the joint of the collarbones, is one of the most risky places to take a hit, because if you do get a puncture there, that would go directly through the windpipe and into potentially the rib cage. So yes, metal for the neck area. Okay. So very, very, very much a good placement on that. So that is a little bit of wisdom in there in terms of defenses, although I'm getting the sense that as for the rest of the build, it's more of an invasive sort of a thing. The major thing I'm sensing from this build is not taking the hit in the first place, but having that little bit of defense. I'm going to put you on a 2 because that is at least protecting one of the bigger vulnerabilities. Maneuverability, we're dealing with cat, therefore definitely very, very lithe. Also, we're dealing with minor deity as well, which means there may be some sort of ethereal nature as well. Whether that means increased movement speed, or actual teleportation ability, or something of ethereal nature as well, is I cannot tell based off of the information we have. But being cat, definitely high maneuverability. The other thing that I'm noticing is that we have a lot of open space here around the shoulder, which means that there is basically no restriction to arm movement, which is really, really great. And also we've got flat soles on these shoes, so we've got a little bit of a riding sole, so we've got something that would latch into a stirrup nicely. But aside from that, we've got flat soles, which are low risk when it comes to maneuverability. Can't tell what the treads on those would look like, but based on the shape, I would assume that that would be a reasonable middle of the range all-purpose boot. I would assume that that's a reasonable middle of the range all-purpose boot. So not the quietest in the world, probably, but definitely easy enough to maneuver in. So I'm going to put that maneuverability on a... I'm going to put that maneuverability also on an 8. If the only thing I could think of that would make that score any higher would be A, if there were actual paws on the feet, which would probably assist with like climbing, and if you could fly. Those are the only two things I could assume that would give a bit more maneuverability. I also can't... I don't think that those nails are claws. I can't tell from this picture. I don't think those are claws on the hands, but I also can't see those being particularly helpful for flying, for climbing at the moment. But so in general, we're going to go for a general sense of can move pretty well. Just normal human hands? Okay. All good on that front then. Next, brute force. Once again, we've got fairly dainty arms, so I don't think that brute force is going to be the main point of this build. Again, we're looking more at an invasive sort of a build. Once again, there is a little bit of musculature here in the thigh and calf, so they are not the sort of atrophied thigh and calf that would be completely weak. So Perhaps kicks, perhaps leg grapples would be quite strong in that particular case. So in terms of the brute force, I'm gonna put this maybe at I'm thinking yeah, I'm gonna put this on a 4 again, similar to Jocksai. There is some indication of there being some physical strength there, but I'm not getting the sense that this is the sort of character who's going to rely on throwing a heavy punch. Once again, if there's going to be any sort of heavy physical blow, it's going to be through the legs. As far as range is concerned, I also am not getting any indication on any sort of a range either. We've got no information in terms of gear loadout or anything like that to give us any additional information there. Being a minor deity of cats, the only thing I could maybe think of is the ability to summon cats to be her minions and eyes and ears, perhaps. But whether that's also at range or not, I don't know. So I'm going to put that range at a contact range because we just don't have enough information to make any inferences from there. And as for adaptability, like I mentioned before, those boots are very much all-purpose. I was trying so hard to not blab details. I understand. We can always blab details privately later, right? We can always blab details privately later. Let me just have a sip of something to drink. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Okay. So yes, we said those are very much all-purpose boots. Good for normal traversion on steady terrain. Can't tell what the treads are like in terms of grip, but also because there is a heel on that, should you need to ride a horse or something, you would definitely not have any issues with your footwear at the very least. In terms of ability to maneuver, getting in the way of your ability to improvise and so on, I don't think you're going to have any trouble with that. My experience with cats is that they get everywhere and they get up to chaos. So I think probably as far as adaptability goes, and reaction speed, courtesy, the feline senses, and also knowing what's going on around you, being able to hear problems coming. I would probably dial that adaptability all the way up to like... I'd probably put that adaptability on an 8. The only reason I'm not giving it a higher score is because I don't have any indication of what all options you have available to you in terms of how you can use your abilities as a minor deity of cats. Next, magic. That is definitely going to have some strength. The title minor deity says that there's not going to be like all-powerful magic involved. So I'd probably put that at like maybe a 6. Because there is an insinuation of there being quite a bit of magical ability, otherwise you wouldn't be a deity. But definitely not major deity level. Stealth, definitely super, super high. Once again, if you had actual cat paws on your feet, that would be the only real thing I could think of that would possibly make your walking stealth any quieter. I do know that unless you are dubbining your boots regularly, even the best quality leather starts to squeak at some point. So for that reason alone, I'm going to put the stealth down from the absolute maximum. We do know that the throat piece is metal, but I don't think there's anything that's going to be in immediate contact with that to make jangling noises. I can't tell straight off the bat looking at the chest piece if that's also got dangly bits or if it's an in-bed gem. All the squeaks, yes. More squeaky, yes. The major thing with boots is that they do get squeaky. Unless they are canvas, which almost none of them are, that they are going to be prone to squeaking if they are not regularly hydrated. Also, because this is a lace-up boot as well, there's also going to be friction between the boot tongue and the sides of the boot as well, which can also add to the squeakiness. The only one that dangles is a small pink gem, the rest are held firmly. Okay. In which case, there's pretty much nothing on this outfit that can make noise except for the leather. So, yeah, I'm gonna put that stealth on 9. I think that is 9 worthy stealth. Weapons and ammunition. There is absolutely no indication of any or either of those. None whatsoever. There's no pockets visible, no holsters, nothing of that description. If there is any magical weaponry that can be summoned, I don't know about it, so I have to leave that on 0. I also have no indication as to whether the gems on that shirt are purely decorative or if they are actually of magical importance. If it is the latter, then there might be some sort of a reliance on those as far as gear reliance is concerned, but I don't have any indication to confirm that. It's not got any sort of important glowy woo, this is plot relevant indication to that gem. That would be an obvious clue. So it might be important, it might not be. I will say the outfit is super cute. She's the kind of girl I'd win a prize for at the state fair. Oh, she is really, really, really a very gorgeous design. I love this quite a lot. I like the shiny, that's about it. Okay. So, then with that being the case, I think as far as Gear Alliance goes, there's pretty much nothing going on here that you absolutely need. Like, you're not going to be relying on things and to hold your own if you were in a combat scenario. Wait, Seal, is that you? Yeah, this is Seal. Yeah. So I think as far as gear alliance goes, I can't see any indication that you actually particularly need anything to hold your own. As far as gear is concerned, once again, major deity of cats. Perhaps you've got more of a magic reliance than a gear reliance. So I'm going to put that on a 0. Because I've got no indication that you need your gear in order to do the thing that you need to do. But there we go. That is everyone off of Blue Sky sorted. So I hope you had fun with that one. Seal, how are you feeling about that? Honestly, it's pretty close. Hey, awesome! Awesome. My statement remains. I will run the stuffed bear at one of the Sphere games. Honestly, I can see that. I can totally see that happening. It's really gorgeous design. Really gorgeous design. All right, guys, we have gotten through everyone who submitted on Blue Sky, which was 5. There are so many more of you. So we are gonna keep going. Let me just trim this down again. Think like that. Okay, now moving on to X Twitter, blah. For submission number next. But Seal, thank you so much for your submission. Next we have Remy. We've got Remy Noir. And let me just switch over on our thingy-ma-widget over here. Thank you for doing this too. No, thank you. Submission number next. Yeah, it's because I'm not going to ever bother counting. Counting takes too many brain cells. Oh. Okay, so next up we've got Remy. Now, what do we know about Remy lore-wise? Age, time is weird in dreams. Race, dream eater. Okay. So that gives us a little bit of context as far as lore goes. That gives us context. Okay. Let's have a look-see. So, species perk, dream eater, time being weird in dreams. That's it, I've made the decision to head pat the blue fox girl. Go give the seal head pats. If you have made note, you can also go and follow the people. You can click on their usernames and follow them. A lot of these people are streamers. Please go shower everyone with support, yeah? But okay, so with Remy we know Dream Eater. So in terms of what I know of Dream Eaters, hey, had to step away for a moment. No stress. You think I didn't plan that far ahead? But Dice, hello, welcome in. I missed you the first time. Hi. Okay, so what do I know about Dream Eaters? Also ethereal beings, not of the physical plane. Only correction there is kitty cat. Yes. Hello. Okay, so what do I know about Dream Eaters is that they are also in the dream realm, so not necessarily physical entities as well. So on that front, definitely the closest thing we've had to Eldritch Horror of Bread so far. But what we do not know is if there is any sort of physical tether of any description. As far as the rest of it goes, I'm not seeing any distinct difference from a human, aside from the fact that he's ethereal and resides in dreams. That's about the only that's about the only thing I can identify straight off the bat. There's no additional advantage that I can immediately pick up. So as far as species perk goes, I'd probably say the only thing I can think of that could possibly be an advantage is being a dream eater. There might be some dream manipulation ability, which would be potentially interesting. There isn't a physical tether in the human world, only an emotional think. Physical body in dreams and magic stuff involved if it helps. Okay. Alright, so there is some dream manipulation skill involved, but not any other real combat advantage on the basic level as far as the physicality is concerned. So I'm going to put the species perk at 2, only because I can imagine that being able to have some sort of a psychological influence over your opponent would be somewhat really, really helpful. But in a head-on conflict, it would probably be no difference whether you were a dream eater or a human in that regard. As far as durability goes, I'm not seeing much in terms of armament of any description, any sort of armor. There is one, and I should probably do this because you can't actually see in this crop. You can't actually see in this crop. One moment, please. I just want to do this. Make this broad. No, wrong one. Wrong one. Okay. We've got this one vambrace that we can see. I can't imagine that it's particularly thick. Like it looks like it might be it looks like leather. It looks like leather or either or some sort of padded cotton maybe. I can't really 100% tell. But that vambrace is about the only piece of armor sort of gear that I can imagine, which it can be immensely helpful. That being on the left arm, unless left-handed, would be definitely the arm you'd primarily want to use for blocking any sort of impact. You'd always want to use your non-dominant hand to block an impact if possible, because that way it protects your dexterous hand for actually performing any countermeasures. So there's some help in that regard, but aside from that, there's no other obvious armor of any description. That being said, there are going to be some differences between Remy and Bread, as both being ethereal beings. I do think that Remy has more of a probable requirement to sort of hop between dreams. So if there is not anyone who is asleep at the time, or anyone who's dreaming at the time, which I can imagine being very, very, very frustrating in terms of traveling between time zones. Ooh, I can imagine that being a nightmare. Pardon the pun. Finding a place to reside in could be a little bit of an interesting challenge if one needs to actively hop between individual instances. Alternatively, if the dream realm is an ethereal middle ground between multiple people's dreams that is kind of floating around, then maybe it's not such an issue. But having an actual plane to exist in would probably be an important part of the durability, because without that, you kind of poof out of existence. It is. Yeah. Oh boy. So I think, as far as durability goes, the possibility of no one being asleep at the time is probably a huge risk. To the perpetuation of existence, and it's also not exactly something that he can control. So durability wise, I'm gonna say let's put that on an I'm gonna put durability on a 7 because of that massive risk factor that is beyond control. It would have been a 6, but the Vambrace does dial that up just a smidge, because there is some indication of being able to block an impact of someone in a dream who decides to get violent, right? Aside from that, ethereal being, pretty much indestructible. If no one is, if there is at least one person asleep, right? Moving along, maneuverability. It looks like this clothing has got enough of a range of movement on it to make it pretty easy to move around in. Those look like relatively big arm eyes on that short sleeve jacket. The tank top looks pretty easy to move around in. The undervest that's flopping over there a little bit, that might be a little bit of an annoyance, but also probably not going to be a huge issue. The one thing that looks like it could be a little bit of an issue is how tight the pants are around the knees and the hip area. That could be a slight limitation to mobility. It depends on the fabric, though. If it's a soft fabric that's got enough stretch to it, then it shouldn't actually be an issue. But if that fabric is a bit stiffer and it makes it difficult to bend the knees, then that would be a slight inhibitor to maneuverability. But I'm not seeing that being a massive issue. Boots, low soles, nice obvious tread, which means that there's going to be a bit of grip on that. Also, you've got that little bit of a heel on it, which is going to, if need be, for, I don't know, whatever it is that you would ride in a dream, dragons, horses, whatever, you're going to have something that can hook into a stirrup, which is useful. And then there's the obvious thing, which is this general athletic build, like a very obvious athletic build, which generally insinuates pretty easy to move around, quote unquote, physically. And then we've also got to consider you're hopping around between dreams. That generally means that you are moving around quite significantly. The average dream, I think, is only like 2 or 3 seconds, so you're moving around a lot. You're probably fast. Sorry to alarm, but wrong graph. Let me see. Is this in fact? It is still unsealed. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know why it didn't apply when I switched over. Okay. Save button seems like a good idea. Thank you, Satrina. Thank you. But yeah, so generally high speed jumping between dreams. So probably that's good. That generally means you're moving like every couple of seconds, which, you know, granted, time is weird in dreams. Fine, fair. But on a down to earth level, that is a really high level of maneuverability. I'm going to dial that up to 10. If your closest dream is someone who is taking a nap on a plane at 30,000 feet, that means you're getting up there as well. You're pretty highly maneuverable. Brute force, that is the next parameter. So, like we said earlier, you do have a little bit of an athletic build. I am not seeing a particularly defined calf, which means probably not very much explosive strength in the lower leg. Probably. But I do know that lithe bodies are deceiving in terms of the actual strength output. So based on the amount of definition that we can see over here in this arm, and on the deltoid area here, I think there's probably a lot more hidden potential for a hard hit than what the build gives, or what the entire silhouette would suggest. So probably could hit reasonably hard. So I'm going to put that on about a 6. And that being tempered by you would be hitting hard in a dream scenario, because at all of the any potential conflict you would find yourself in would be in that typical dream scenario. How the dream would respond to that is anyone's guess. In terms of range, I think it's pretty much limited to the space contained within a person's individual dream, which would pretty much be their line of sight. Like, dreams being a very, very weird mindscape that is continuously shifting and moving around and whatever, but basically you're only aware of what's going on in a dream in the dream space that you can see. Or at least that's what I know of my dreams, the very, very, very few that I can remember, is that I'm only aware of what's going on in front of me as a dreamer. So chances are what is outside of the field of view of the dreamer is practically not actually in existence. So anything that is outside of that field of view, outside of that immediate sphere of influence, It doesn't exist. Ew. Just got coffee delivered, yay. So anything outside of that sphere of influence does not exist, which means that as a person residing in that dream and limited to that plane of existence at that time, your range is limited to what the dreamer can produce. Within that space, you probably have a lot of influence, but it all depends on the range of influence that the dreamer can produce in their mindscape at that particular time. So I would probably put that range at a 5 because of the dreamer limitation. Because space in that situation would be produced and destroyed at an alarming rate as well. Adaptability is definitely going to be a whole whopping 10 because you cannot exist in the chaos realm that is a dreamscape without being really, really, really adaptable. Otherwise, if you are not adaptable, you are not going to last 5 seconds, let alone last 5 dreams. There is no two ways about that. Also considering that you have got enough going on in terms of your carrying capacity to maybe give yourself any tools that you might need. You ought to be okay. You ought to be okay. I don't see you having a problem with adapting to whatever scenario you get flung into. Magic is definitely going to be a 10 once again because you are existing in the chaos realm itself, and can exert some level of control over it. I do not see you being able to exist in that space without having some significant magical capability. In terms of manipulating a dream, manipulating an emotional response, perpetuating your existence, jumping from one plane of existence practically inside someone's subconscious to another plane of existence inside someone else's subconscious. It's a lot of magic that's going on there. All of it. This is really making my thinky thoughts active. I know, right? This is why lore is great. This is why lore is great. There is so much you can decode from just little tidbits. It's delicious and fun. But yeah, definitely high magic capability, definitely high magic adaptability. And to chat about. Oh yeah. Lore is so fun to write for sure. This is making me think, so that's new. Oh dear. Yeah, no. Lore is great. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Moving along. We've got a lot to cover still this day. Stealth. Once again, we've got leather boots with a tongue, which means that there's probably going to be tiny little bit of squeak there, especially since these are super glossy. So highly likely that those are not real leather, but fake leather, which means that hydrating those with dubbin is not going to get the squeak gone. Also, there are some chains and things that can clank and dangle against one another quite a bit. So stealth-wise, I'm gonna put this at like at best a 4 at best, if only because you can kind of probably manipulate what the dreamer can hear. But if you're not paying attention to that, you're probably going to get heard coming. Weapons and ammunition. There is no indication of needing a weapon of any description, and if you did, you could probably conjure it as part of the dream realm. I don't think that you have any need to carry any particular weaponry. That is your own personal item. That is a distinct, constant piece of gear. So, also, weapon is going to be a 0, and gear reliance is also probably also null, courtesy of your species perk and all of the magic involved. So, a very, very, very interesting combination. Very, very, very interesting combination. Remy, how do you feel about that? Yippee, thank you. I'm glad if you enjoyed it. The array kind of looks like a butterfly, which is neat. It does. It's actually kind of cute. I did not notice that, but you're right. That or a slice of bacon. Oh no, why did you have to mention bacon? Now I'm less. Now I want it. But yeah, I can see it. I can see it. It's just the wrong color. But thank you, Remy, for participating. Thank you, thank you. And next, that observation was from Motley. She apologizes. It's okay, Motley. It's okay. Hi. Wouldn't stealth be nigh 0 if they can't leave the line of sight of the dreamer? Yeah, it also depends. How can I phrase this? I personally have a very, very, very strange experience when it comes to dreams in general. In the sense that I can't remember the majority of them. When I do remember them, it's always one of like 10 recurring dreams that pop up like once in 5 or 6 years. And like when those happen, they are NPCs, but I can never actually hear what they're saying. I'm aware of what they're saying, but I can't actually say that I hear them. Like once in a blue moon, I will hear a voice and I'll recognize the voice, but I won't recognize the person that the voice is supposedly coming from. Like the weirdest dream, and one of the very few times in my entire existence where I remembered having a dream where I recognized a person was where I was on a plane on my way somewhere. It was an international flight. I don't know from where to where, and I don't know why, because I don't fly internationally ever. But I was on a plane and I was in the middle seat. This much I remember clearly. And the person next to me asked me very distinctly, "Can you pass the ham?" And I do not know why he was asking for the ham while we were on a plane to who knows where. But all I know, yeah, do not ask me why he was asking for the ham on a plane. Dreamscapes make no sense on this. But I swear, for whatever reason, the only thing I remembered from that dream, aside from that particular random setting, was that I looked across to the side, I couldn't see the person's face, and I asked, "Merryweather? Why?" And then the dream ended. I recognized him by the voice. I couldn't see his face. Obviously, I've never met the guy, so I can't say. But I heard Merryweather asking for the ham. I was so confused. I was so confused. You're welcome. that was the dream tidbit for the day. That was the story time. That's amazing. Yeah. So yeah, in terms of stealth, if that sort of chaos in terms of auditory inputs can be in place, you can really bamboozle your way through any stealth situation, probably, now that we think about it. If you so wanted to. Like, you could have been just chilling in the seat on the other side, for all I know. And I would have not noticed, because you would not need to actually move, so stealth wouldn't be an issue. And fake dreamscape Merryweather would have completely taken all of my attention, so that I would not notice anything. Yeah. So, you know what? You may not have nothing on you that could potentially make noise, but you can probably get around that without much hassle. Fun. Yeah. Some sounds are just you can hear them even where you have never actually heard them. But anyway, we must continue. Next up is Citrina. Woohoo! Our lemon burb lady. But Remy, thank you again for your submission. It was a lot of fun decoding you. And it didn't take. Why did it not take? Apply. There we go. I think it's time for another hydrate. Citri! Yes! Time for Citri. Okay. Let me just move this a little bit that way again. There we go. And hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Oh no. I've just put them into my mouth. Oh dear. Good luck. Good luck, dice. Alright. So, Citrina says, Hi, I hope my skirt won't interfere with any foe I face. I would actually say that in most cases, a skirt is, as if nothing else, a maneuverability bonus. So long as you've got shorts underneath. Like, any ladies watching, if there is anything to take away from this, it's wear shorts underneath your skirt. That is all I will say. For your own peace of mind. But let us have a look at Citrina. From what I know, Citrina is actually a pretty much normal human. I've got no indication of there being any particular species madness going on. She just really likes lemons. I think that is the only thematic major note. But I don't think there's any indication at all that there is any non-human species madness going on here. So as far as species perk goes, that is probably gonna be a 0. To my knowledge, the wings that we see on the hips here are actually not organic wings, but a sash of some kind. So like a fashion item, not actual organic wings. So those won't be a practical thing to consider on that species perk front. Please correct me if I am mistaken. Those very, very cute little hip wings. The next point that we can see is going to be on the durability. Also, once again, you are correct. Okay, they are in fact not organic. They are not attached to the person. Okay. Right. Durability-wise, once again, I would not want to fall off of a motorbike wearing this. And also being a normal human, you will suffer the normal human consequences of falling off of a motorbike. So, I would probably not put any particular stock in this. I will probably say put maybe a durability of like 1 based off of that cardigan jersey thing. If only because if you are able to get it in the way in time with enough space between you and it with those baggy sleeves, maybe you'll be able to get a little bit of padding before taking an impact, but it depends on so many other circumstances. So I'm going to put that on like a 1. I bruise very, very, very easily. Oh no. Oh man. This is a mood. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Maneuverability. The skirt is not going to be an issue. You might struggle a little bit with the cardigan flopping all over the show, because it is oversized, so it is going to want to fall off of your shoulders, like we see in the illustration. And that is going to be a nightmare. Big, puffy sleeves have a way of getting in the way of things. Like, I've said it on this channel before, and I'm going to say it again. I really hate wearing sleeves. That's why my warm article of clothing that you see me wearing right now, it's not a jacket. It's like a cape thing with an open sleeve, with an open arm eye, so that I can actually poke my arms out. And that is because sleeves get in the way of everything. Like, right this very second, I am wearing something with sleeves that are practically the size of this cardigan. IRL, I am going insane because they get in the way of everything. They are pressing buttons on my keyboard when I'm not wanting them to. It's happened before in the worst timing. Oh my word, it catches on everything you walk past. That is a major, major, major limitation to maneuverability in my personal book. Also, high heels. That's 2 major knocks for your maneuverability. Like major knocks to the maneuverability that I can see. That aside, I think everything else looks pretty easy to move around in. But that huge cardigan and the high heels are going to knock you down from being a highly maneuverable 8 to a possibly maneuverable 5. As far as brute force goes, we're also not seeing any indication that it is your vibe to kind of brute force your way through things. Like, we see delicate arm shapes. What I am seeing is quite a bit of a calf muscle And we are also, once again, seeing quite a bit of volume here on the thigh as well, which indicates strong legs. On the maneuverability score means that you can at least move fast. Hands and feet are pretty dainty, so I don't think that you would really want to get into any sort of a physical altercation. I can't see you wanting to or being ready for necessarily worming your way out of a grapple either. Between the bows on the outfit and all of the ruffles and the sashes and the loose hair, there's a lot that if you got grappled, a person could grab onto, which would be dangerous. Actually, like, there's a lot that you could grab onto here that would be dangerous, that would restrict your ability to move and get out the way. And I'm not sure if you would have necessarily the physical strength to work your way out of that. So your best bet would be to run away, but in those heels that would be a little bit of a hard ask. This is very true. Yeah, so I'm gonna say brute force. Brute force is gonna be a 1. You could probably do something with a leg at some point. Those legs do suggest that you've got some leg strength there, but I'm not sure if you'd be able to leverage that to a strategic advantage necessarily. As far as range goes, so long as you're not wearing the cardigan, I don't see anything that would indicate that you shouldn't be able to throw a thing with some sort of speed. But I also, pretty difficult to tell. There's no indication of, like, I suppose you could throw a lemon at someone. I suppose you could grab a lemon and throw it at someone. What's the average range there? It's probably like, assuming we're not talking cricket or baseball sort of fielding. I'm gonna put the range on about a 3. Because it's very much it's very much a limited range sort of a deal. The majority of the time the cardigan do be off, it gets very hot in there. I see. The citrus status effect. Ah, yes. When life gives you lemons, as they say. And then some wise fellow pointed out, lemons are artificially created. It was not life that gave us lemons. We gave them to ourselves! Ha! Madness. But welcome in, Motley. Welcome in. How did that Portal 2 speech go about lemons again? I still need to play Portal 2, so I need to find out about that. Now that I know that there's a speech about lemons, it's going on my wish list for probably the week after next. Or as soon as I'm done with the VTuber rig commissions that I've currently got in the pipeline. Well, yeah, it's gonna have to happen after deadlines. It's gonna have to happen after deadlines. Ah, fun times. But anyway, we digress. I will say nothing else about the speech then. Mwahaha. Thank you. I look forward to playing the game. My brother played it some years ago. So I haven't been able to avoid all the spoilers completely. But now I'm looking forward to the lemon speech. But anyway, we digress and must continue. So, as far as adaptability goes, similarly to Jocksai with the hoodie, you could probably improv the cardigan into a shield slash grappling weapon of some description. Probably. But aside from that, I'm not seeing anything immediately that could be improved into any sort of weaponry. The chain that you are wearing, your feather necklace, looks a little bit too dainty to potentially weaponize into a choke chain. The hair ribbons look like they're actually on clips, knowing that they are a ribbon with a lemon motif object in the center. So yeah, there's not much in terms of your outfit that you can improv into a potential weapon if you need it. So as far as adaptability goes, I'm not. I can't say it all. It all depends on the environment you find yourself in at the time. Got the EP setting in, so I'm going to be lurking. Okay, Seal, thank you for dropping by. Rest well. Stab him with the heels. Poke him in the eyes with the heels. Yeah, see, the issue with doing that is that you need to get the heels off first. And in a time-sensitive situation like combat scenario, that could be a potential problem. To actually get them off first, quickly. And then what happens is that your feet are vulnerable. Like, unless you literally break the heels off of your shoes and use those, it's not going to be a fast solution. As a Latin woman, any shoe can come off quickly if you're upset enough. You know what? I will respect that. I will respect that. That is fair. That is totally fair. I will concede that point with full respect. I do not want to have a Latin lady throwing a shoe at me, because that'll happen faster than what you can say your name backwards. Whew. No, I can't off the top of my head tell what my name backwards sounds like. I didn't think that hard. But that being said, if you do remove your shoe to extract or to exact footwear justice upon any attacker, then it is going to mean that your feet are then vulnerable to whatever terrain you may be on. So if you need to run, your feet are going to be vulnerable if you need to go over slightly rougher terrain. I live in fear of a boomerang heel toss every day. You should have feared the chonky emo boot. Oh wow. Oh wow. The footwear wars have begun. But I can see that being interesting. In any case, so as far as adaptability goes, it's very much dependent on the environment. I'm not getting any indication of there being much going on here. So as far as adaptability goes, I'm going to score you as a 3 because you can improv the cardigan. But I'm not seeing much else that you can work with there that would be to an immediate visible advantage. As far as magic goes, I am not sure about that at all. Like, you've got the general magical girl vibe, but the only sort of thing that actually says quote-unquote magic is your logo and the lemj. Like, the sparkles on the logo suggest magic, like the total magical girl vibes, and the lemj is like magical mascot. But aside from that, I can't get a grip to say, okay, is there or is there not? There's no supplementary information that would either support or deny the presence of magic in your character build at all. It's very incognito. Very, very, very incognito. So, I can't tell on that front. So, until proven otherwise, I'm going to say 0. And with that, I think it's time for a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. About 15 minutes ago, I got a cup of coffee delivered to me that I have not yet had a single sip of, so I'm going to indulge in that while there is still a breath of warmth in this mug. Lovely. I still have the mint. Spicy! Oh, shame. Oh, shame. My condolences. Enjoy your spicy water. It could be worse. You could be following that mint up with orange juice. I will agree and say not yet. Ooh. Oh, I'm looking forward to how your character is going to develop over time. Unfortunately, dice would like that. I love mint and orange juice. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. You're not fair, babe. Some of us like it when our mouths are on fire on the inside. It's fine. I've recently got a taste for spicy food too, so... I just finished consuming an orange-colored drink earlier. Oh. The chaos is wonderful. Living for it. Oh. Mint and orange do make a good combination if they're used correctly. This is true, and it also very strongly depends on the kind of mint in question. Like, there is definitely an argument for it, but it depends on the kind of mint in question. Mint and citrus can absolutely complement each other. Absolutely. Mint orange juice, mint lemonade, mint blood orange lemonade. Ooh. That does sound interesting. I'm gonna need to find a recipe for that. Hello? I wonder if it's something that one can retroactively make with chung. Ah! It's orange season is over. Orange season is over. I'm not gonna be able to make any orange chung. Lost. Oh well. Next year. Next year. Okay. Mojitos are a lemon mint alcoholic drink. This is true. You can get some from Dawn Book Farms, I think it's called. Yeah. Fun fact. If you are residing in the Northern Hemisphere, chances are that any brand names that you are familiar with are probably 80% of them are inaccessible to me. I live far away from all of you. So, woohoo. Mint the herb, though, is not the same offense to the senses as peppermint or spearmint. Oh, I'm from the EU? Yeah. Yeah. I am still no less than a 14-hour flight away from you. Without stops. So, yeah. For all practical purposes, I might as well live on Port Nemo. In Point Nemo, because it's like... Yeah. Wait, the International Space Station retirement, has that already happened, or is that due to happen soon? I can't remember. Ocean Evil, Point Nemo as hell. Yeah, because if the International Space Station has already been retired, then no longer is the International Space Station the closest living human to Point Nemo. ISS is still up? Okay. I have no idea when it's due to be decommissioned. I know it's soon, but I'm not sure when exactly. While it is likely still bright outside for some of us, it is very dark outside for Harrier. Yes. It is currently approaching 11 p.m. UTC, which means that in the EU time slice, it is definitely wee hours of the morning, probably. Or in the orbit of midnight at the moment. And yes, I am in the EU time slice. 2030 to 2031? Okay, so it is not as close as I thought it was to decommissioning. Okay, interesting. Okay. Oh. Okay, coffee is gone. Sad moment. A moment of silence for the coffee. Okay, we continue. Yeah, we cover quite a spread of time zones here. But we needs resume. So, let us see. The next thing that we need to look at is gonna be stealth. So, my experience of high heels is that they are loud. They are really, really loud. Like, painfully loud. So, that immediately is going to take any stealth options and make that a maximum of like 2. any stealth options that there are, and it's going to make that a maximum of like 2, because there is no stealth when you've got high heels. None whatsoever. Clank, clank, clank. Like, it's clop clank, almost. Or clop clink, clop clink, clop clink, clop clink. As the heel and toe follow after one another. And then the loud clattering ouch, as you fall over and faceplant. Yes, they are, and that is why I don't wear them most of the time. My comfy cozy outfit when I get one will be sporting tennis shoes for sure. Ooh. Oh yeah, that would be cool. I can imagine you in a tennis outfit so easily. You would rock a tennis outfit. Like, legit. Oh yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. You'd also look really cute with a high ponytail, now that I think about it. Citrina would kill in a tennis outfit for sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not comfy slippers? No, the comfy slippers are for the homeware outfit, which is a separate thing from the comfy wear outfit. But anyway. So yeah, stealth, I'm going to make that as a maximum of 2. The rest of the outfit looks like it shouldn't make a bunch of noise. The necklaces don't look like they would make contact with each other. The choker is well enough separated from the chain of the feather necklace. And the feather earrings don't have anything they would jangle against. So, aside from the shoes, there is literally nothing on this that looks like it would make a lot of noise. Maybe there would be some cloth swish. And friction noises from skirts and sashes rubbing against each other, but that would not be much. Weapons and ammunition? Petticoat under the skirt? Yeah, there would possibly be some noise ruffling sounds with the petticoat under the skirt, yeah. But yeah. Weapons and ammunition, I'm not seeing. Once again, you can sort of maybe improv the cardigan into a weapon. But literally, unless you are surrounded by stuff that you can use, as such, I don't see you actually having anything that would work for it. The shape of this graph looks like a crane. It does. I was going to say woodpecker. Either or could work. Could work. Like, maybe if you are in a lemon orchard at the time, you could eat lemons at people. But I'm not gonna bet on you being in the orchard at all times. And I'm not seeing any pockets or anything that would be available for you to carry anything. So I'm going to put that as a 0. And as far as gear alliance goes, in terms of your defenses, your ability to run away is once again going to be your primary mode of keeping yourself in one piece in a combat scenario. So I'd say let's play that gear alliance on like it depends on the scenario and the terrain that you find yourself in, what's available to you, but like for your general protection, I'd say like you're going to depend on your gear to stay alive and what you have available to you to stay alive more than your own physical tools and skills and physiology. The graph is pretty delicate for sure. Pocket lemon juice, quick time event. Yeah. So I'm gonna say put that on a 5 because it is very much, if you're going to have something available, your gear is going to be the make or break. But there is no way of knowing that you're going to have it available to help. So this is a very, 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 very non-combative build in every way, shape, and form. Citrina, please stay out of fights. Please. But thank you for your submission. And stay safe out there. If anyone tries to attack you, I don't know, poke a hole in a lemon and squirt it in their eyes. That's like legit the only thing I can think of. Indeed, and I will. Yeah. It's like that's your best bet. Target people with citrus allergies. Okay. Also, let's just quickly appreciate this really, really gorgeous illustration. Look at how gorgeous that painterly look is. Oh, wow. Who drew this? This is gorgeous. Shove the lemon in your mouth and use the seeds as projectiles. Oh. Floriman? Okay, nice. Awesome. If you can please put the tag in the comment of this as well, then other people can find the artist too. That would be really, really cool. So if you can put your the tag in the comments to this post, then that would be awesome. Will do. Thank you. Because these bold brush strokes and the use of vibrant color is really, really gorgeous. But okay, who is next? Whisper. Whisper is next. Whisper, yes. So Whisper is a cyberpunk crow. That is legitimately all I know about Whisper. We've been in each other's orbit for a while, but I actually don't know anything about her. Helix Security Consultory Cybermechanical Engineer. Ooh. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So, tech. This is going to be a first for today. We've got our first mecha influence. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So, let us see. Though she is supposedly a crow, we don't actually see any immediate indications of a species perk visible in her design and build. That is an organic connection of any description. So as far as the organic side of things go, we're going to assume that crow is the theme more than the species. So species perk is going to be 0 because there is no visible indication or otherwise indication to suggest any organic connection in that case. As far as durability goes, I'm pretty sure that the torn stockings are more of an aesthetic thing than a damage has been dealt to them thing. I think. Probably. Right? But there's not an awful lot going on in terms of defensive gear. Like, the jacket looks like it might have some padding around the shoulder area. Maybe. But there is very, very little on this outfit that screams this is defensive at all. So, assuming human biology, I'm going to put that durability also at a 1. There's not a lot in terms of visible armor advantages there. Maneuverability wise, what we see is we have reasonable jacket arm to shoulder connection. So for a change, it's not a off the shoulder jacket, which is going to make it difficult to move. But what we do have is we have these very, 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 very low cut shorts. Very, very, very low cut shorts. I would personally feel like they're going to fall off any second at that height. Like, they are barely on the hip there. I would be scared to move a little bit with that. Because if I'm looking at the anatomy here, the actual joint for where the hip bones connect, where the hip joint connects, would be pretty much slap bang in that space, which means that there's going to be a lot of fabric tension in the middle if the leg needs to extend in any direction with any sort of gusto. So that would be a little bit of an inhibiting factor. I see no problem with low-cut shorts. For fashion, for maneuverability, it is maybe a little bit of an issue. Because remember, if it is cut in the wrong place, it's not going to have enough grip to stay up when you're moving around. Unfortunately. And that can actually be, in some cases, dangerous, because if it falls off while moving a little bit too vigorously, or if it, which is an actual threat, then it actually inhibits the ability for the thighs to move. And that would be dangerous. If they're form-fitting, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. It depends. So, like I said, if I'm looking at the anatomy, where the hip, where the ball of the hip bone and the pelvic bone joint ought to be approximately in the middle of that patch of skin that we see over there. Maybe the tiny shorts are the equivalent of weighted gauntlets. True power unlocked when they come off. Yeah, because at the current cut height, they are sitting legitimately at the absolute broadest part of the hip. Okay? Which means that there is nothing for them to sit on as soon as you start moving around. Which means they're going to want to slip off the whole time. I'm sorry, I'm a practical person. I think of these things. I would personally not see these as being particularly practical, potentially. Once again, like I say, if it's going to stay on around the top band here, it means that there's going to be a lot of tension in the middle section. So if, for example, you need to take a wider stance for anything, and you progress past say, like, what is that? A 35-degree separation between the legs. You're gonna have a tough time, not tearing this middle seam of your pants. You're gonna have a really tough time not tearing the middle seam of your pants. Because they're just not built to do anything other than sit on a mannequin, basically. So I would consider that really low cut a problem for maneuverability. But that would probably be the only major impediment. It looks like these shoes are wedges. They look like wedge shoes. Which are admittedly a lot easier to run around in than a stiletto heel like Citrina's. A little bit of a heel on a shoe does actually increase your stride length, which is helpful. An increased stride length does actually help with speed a little bit. So in terms of running around, that could potentially be useful. Not much in terms of visible tread on the undersides here. So in terms of how much grip she'd actually get with those, it's anyone's guess. But the solid wedge with what looks like good support over the bridge of the foot means that those are not going to go anywhere in a hurry. Those look pretty solid in terms of how they sit on the foot. So I'm going to say maneuverability is going to be I'm going to pin maneuverability probably at about an 8. Chances are, even though physics logic doesn't make sense, chances are for some obscure reason that the mecha wings are going to make flight possible. Highly likely, because sci-fi science, right? Sci-fi makes science. So I'm gonna put that maneuverability on an 8 because of the wings in this case, but the shorts are the degrading factor there. As far as brute force goes, the arms are pretty dainty. Calves are less defined. She's definitely fit, but I'm not sure if that necessarily means that she's going to be a typical hard hitter. Also, she's an engineer. Low power jet wings? Yeah, low power jet wings. Okay. Yeah, she's an engineer. Now, let me think about this for a second. Engineers are not necessarily combat class. Engineers are not necessarily combat class. They make the stuff that do the thing. They don't necessarily use the stuff that do the thing. So as far as brute force goes, whap someone over the head with a wrench. Yeah. And that's the other thing. The engineer is not necessarily the mechanic. The mechanic might be responsible for the assembly. The engineer is going to be responsible for the design and programming and implementation. prototyping more than manufacture, which is a misconception that many a mechanical engineer has flunked out of university because of, unfortunately. Is that they want to get into making stuff, and then lo and behold, no. If you actually want to get hands-on with tech, you need to be in the blue collar side of the technology, not in the white collar side of the tech. And then the entire thing loses its luster. So, yeah, the fact that she's the cybermechanical engineer and not cybermechanical mechanic suggests that she's more on the design side than on the mechanical implementation side. So is there really a necessity for, brute force? Probably not. She's probably going to be more of a desk junkie who plays with the prototypes and checks that they actually work, like those wings and whatever that headgear does. So I'm going to put that brute force on like a 1. Probably, if only because she's got to have enough physical capacity to be able to deal with the results of her own experimentation on the prototypes. As far as range goes, that also depends entirely on what kind of engineering she is doing and what kind of things she is building. Considering the very sci-fi aesthetic we are dealing with, I would not be surprised if guns were involved. But once again, she's the engineer. Will she actually have access to and need to operate the guns? That is the question. So, I'm not 100% sure if that would be something in her wheelhouse. So, I'd say maybe if she's in the prototype lab and someone breaks in while they have to be testing a new rifle or something, yeah, she would probably be the person to end up taking shots at the intruder. So I'd probably give the range. I'd probably give the range a little bit of something. But then again, I'm also not seeing any indication that she actively carries any sort of ranged weaponry as well. Let's hope the front line doesn't come to the back line. Yeah, it gets wild. Yeah, it gets wild. Having unwanted visitors in the development department is generally bad. Generally bad. Yeah, I'm not seeing any indication that she would normally carry any sort of ranged weaponry as well, so I'm gonna put that range on contact distance, because I've got no indication that she actually actively carries any sort of gear as well. Adaptability. It could cut a couple of ways. Because of the gear that we see on the headdress and the mechanical wings, we can assume that there's probably some other sort of accessories at play that could be quite useful. We don't know the full extent of the functionality of those articles, But I'm not 100% sure that there is much that she could potentially use. Unlike with the other girls whose jackets looked easy to quickly whip off and use as a weapon, it looks like this one being a much tighter fit around the arm eye and so on. I think it would take a little bit more effort and dexterity to remove quickly. So I'm going to say that the adaptability here is going to be probably... if only because I don't know what all the extent of the capacity and capabilities of the gear that she has got in that headdress is concerned, what all its functions are. I'm going to put that adaptability on probably a 4. Also, she's she being in this sort of workspace, she's probably got a little bit of a head on her shoulders in terms of knowing, okay, how to handle certain scenarios at the very least, at least in theory. So should things go sideways, she should be able to come up with a plan relatively quickly. So I'm actually going to put that value on... I'm going to put that value on 6. I think she's probably got quite good adaptability. Magic, probably a 0. I'm not seeing any indication of magic. Unless the sci-fi is based on magic as well. But I've got no indication for that. I've got exactly 0 indication that that tech is magic powered. It could be Magitech, it could not be. I'm not sure. I'm going to assume that it's not. Stealth-wise, everything is pretty form-fitting. I'm not seeing any explicit dangly things that would make clinking noises. The buckles on the shoes are not of the variety that would clank and click around. The low ankles are a huge benefit. Being wedge shoes, the top part of the shoe by the toe box wouldn't bend quite so much as other sorts of leather shoes, which would mean that that area is also not going to be prone to squeaking. So the only real noise factor is going to be, once again, the soles of these shoes, as far as noise goes. But Zany does make a good point. Glowy wings doesn't sound great for stealth. No. You are going to see those coming. You might not hear those coming, but you're going to see that coming. Silhouette-wise, it's kind of obvious that there is something there. So, I think for stealth, that is going to be... I'm going to put that on a 4. There is a lot in its favor, but there's just enough not in its favor for it to not be a complete stealth build. Weapons and ammunition. We can't see any weapons that are being carried at the moment, but the presence of weapons is inferred by the environment. Supposing she is in the prototype lab, there are probably going to be prototype weapons in her immediate vicinity. So I'm going to put that at a generous 5 for potential equipment readily available, but it's not going to be at full value because we can't see anything that she would be actually carrying on her person at all times. Gear reliance, that is definitely going to be a really high number. I would say gear reliance is going to be an 8. Simply because I can't see this being a character that would be able or be proficient in a fight in an environment where this sort of setting is applicable without the gear being immensely important to survival. Like, I cannot imagine being in a world build where you have mecha stuff going down and not having some significant reliance on your gear. I simply cannot. So, any reliance that's not on the gear is going to be dependent on her own wit and intellect in terms of getting out of situations. If her gear is for some reason not available to her, but I'm going to assume that in all likelihood the gear is going to be pretty important. But okay, that was Whisper. Thank you for your submission. How are we all holding out? I think it's time for another hydrate. Hummingbird! Yeah, it does look like the hummingbird. You're right. The mint is gone. We're vibing. Awesome, 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 awesome. Let me just check over here. Alright. Just quickly responding to YouTube because, guys, I have currently got my chat broken, so I can't see chat from all of the places all at the same time. So, Henpen, hello, one of Jocksai's mods and was recommended by them. You seem pretty chill. Oh, thank you! Plus, I wanted to learn VTubing. Hello, hello. Ah! Hello, Kitty fan. Welcome in. Just came from Jocksai's stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's happening currently? We are currently doing a combat styles analysis on a whole bunch of people who have been submitting these to my channels over recent weeks. And we are going through and seeing, okay, what are their strengths and weaknesses based on their designs, and giving them appropriate radar graphs accordingly. For some obscure reason, my streamer bot has refused to open this day, which is really sad. So I've not actually been able to properly read chat, and it's been driving me up the wall. It's also not been giving me my hydrate reminders, which is also sad. Those are supposed to go off every half an hour. But I've not had access to them. So, sad. Da-dum-bum-bum. Okay. I'm gonna try this. Like that. Let me just get my layering there. Okay. It's I think every other streamer here would cringe to see what my current monitoring setup looks like right now. But I can now at the very least see two chats at the same time. which has been not happening up until now. But okay, it's so very broken and so very cursed, but it's working-ish. It's working-ish. Yay, she can see us! Yes, at last, at last. StreamerBot is still not doing its thing, but we'll get there eventually. It'll be fixed by tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it's just complaining because of having had to reboot my computer earlier in stream. But it's fine. But okay, the next person in the queue is Ida. Our Carnotaurus friend. So we got a Dino Boy here this time around, and let's just move on from Whisper. Okay. So Ida here is obviously very, very much carrying a couple of organic traits from his dinosaur parts. So the highly muscular tail is going to definitely be useful for balance. Maintaining balance is going to be really, really useful with that. I can't remember what the latest information was on what the horny crests above a Carnotaurus's eyes were potentially used for. If they were mostly display, or if there was a sensory or communicative purpose behind those. At the moment, I can't remember 100% what the latest information on that is. But what we can also see is that he has got the sharp teeth set within a human jaw. So while, yes, if he does bite you, you're gonna know about it. It's not like he's got the forward extension of a jaw that most reptiles benefit from in terms of being able to grip a thing easily. The unfortunate thing with the human mouth when it comes to biting stuff is that the corners of the mouth are so far forward that the actual biting ability is limited to basically it's very limited in terms of what we can actually get our teeth around. The opening angle of a human jaw is kind of really, really limited. The wedge depth of a human mouth is very, very limited. So biting things is not a primary attacking style or hunting style for us. Like, it's useful for when you've already caught a thing. Not very useful for actually catching the thing, like what would be the case for most predatory reptiles. So I think that as far as the teeth goes, those are more going to be useful in a grappling scenario or or a defensive scenario more than in an actual attacking scenario. So that would be my note on that. I can imagine that those horns could be kind of useful for also in a grappling scenario, if you're in tight proximity and you need to give something a headbutt scratch, it could do some nasty damage. You could take an eye out with one of those, no problem. You could take an eye out with one of those if you aim it right. So he's got that going for him. So in terms of species perks, I think Ida's got probably a good 3. He's got some advantages over a human, but he's definitely not got everything that a theropod would have readily available for combat benefit. Durability wise, I'm not seeing much in terms of any sort of defensive gear at all. Like, there are scales on its tail that are pretty obvious. I'm not sure how far up the back those will extend. Or really what his scalation would be literally anywhere under this outfit. Because it's got to terminate somewhere, right? The scales have to terminate somewhere. So exactly how much of his torso is protected by scales underneath the clothing is anyone's guess. So I'm going to say, as far as armor goes, I'm going to give him a 2 because he has got some defense with the scales on his tail. But I'm not sure exactly where it terminates and how far it progresses. So I'm going to leave that there. In terms of maneuverability, he looks like he can move around super easily. Like, super easily. The pants are loose enough to not be an inhibiting factor at all. It looks like they're made out of relatively soft material. The track shoes are obviously designed for moving. No inhibiting factors around the arms, so really, really maneuverable gear on that front. I'm not 100% sure in terms of his bull, in terms of the leg. It looks like he might have a strong calf, which means a powerful running gait. But it's kind of tricky to tell with the cut of the pants and how baggy they are. I would assume a bit of running strength, and I would assume a bit of leg strength because a theropod is a kind of build that needs to be able to move quite quickly. So as far as maneuverability goes, I think he could probably hold his own pretty well. I'm going to put that on a I'm going to put that on an 8 on maneuverability. There we go. Huh. Not to get myself in trouble with any branding, but that looks familiar, especially considering sports shoes. That looks familiar. Okay. Funny how that graph ended up looking. Huh. That was totally not planned. Okay. Next is gonna be the brute force. And it looks like he's gonna slay in that department quite a bit. He definitely spent some time in a gym. I think he's definitely got some heavy hitting capacity. More likely than not also does boxing. Like, I would bet. I would bet that he does boxing. Oh. So I'm gonna say brute force is probably gonna be. I'm probably gonna put brute force all the way up at 10. There's. I don't think we've got anyone else in this set that screams brute force quite as much as Ida does. He looks like the kind of guy that would power his way through things. That being said, he also looks like the kind of guy who has a contact-only range. I do not see him having any sort of ranged abilities of any description. And I also don't see him having any kind of magical abilities. I think his bit is pretty much brute force and species perk, primarily. That being said, he does look like he could probably adapt pretty easily to a whole bunch of different kind of combat scenarios as well. Simply because there is a lot of openness about what he's got available to him. He can move really easily, probably has a lot of power in his legs as well, even though you can't see them. Probably can move pretty easily without any major issues. I think in terms of adaptability, the major thing that would be against him is that he doesn't carry any tools that would be things that he could improv into either defensive or offensive equipment. I don't see any additional tools that would benefit him and give him more options to work with in a fight. So as far as adaptability goes, I'm going to give him a 5, because as far as his options in terms of what he can do with his own body, he's probably got a lot to work with, but in terms of what he can do with gear, I'm not seeing many options for him. Stealth-wise, he can probably do pretty well. Like, there is nothing on him that's going to make a noise. Unless he starts cracking out laughing. Like in that expression example. Like, there is nothing on this outfit that's going to make a noise. There's nothing that's going to glow. Once again, he's a dinosaur. They're predators. They're supposed to be able to mind their... be undetected until it's too late to do anything about it. So, probably his stealth is gonna be a lot better than what you would actually assume. And don't let the bright colors of the red fool you. Because in the correct lighting, that is going to be super invisible. In the correct lighting and environment, that is actually going to be super, super invisible. Like, actually, at worst, his skin would be the thing that would point out his presence more than anything else. And that is an interesting scenario to find yourself in, is when your skin is what gives you away instead of your clothing. In terms of camouflage. So, stealth, I'm going to actually dial that all the way up to 8 as well. Because he's actually got some serious stealth going for him. Then, in terms of weapons and ammunition, also 0. There is nothing visible for him. In terms of what he has available. I see no indication of him carrying anything on his person. So I can't imagine him having any particular need for a weapon of any description either. And as far as Gear Alliance goes, how can I phrase this? I think with his brute force and maneuverability, he can pretty much figure out what's going on. He can probably literally brute force his way through most situations, with the bit of adaptability and stealth at his disposal. Should he need equipment of any description to do what he needs to do? Yeah, it's going to be dependent on its availability, but I think he can, in most combat scenarios, mostly get away without it. Like, he can mostly get away without it. So I'm gonna put that at a 0, because it does not actually look like he needs. Yeah, I'm not. If he's not carrying any gear, he's obviously not gonna rely on it. If he absolutely needed it, he'd have it with him. If he doesn't have it with him, it means he doesn't think he needs it. That's going to be how I would phrase that. And there we go. That was Ida the Great, our Carnotaurus friend. Look at that smile. Okay. Thank you for your submission. And let's hit the save button. That seems like a good idea. Right? Hitting the save button definitely seems like a good idea right now. Okay, next is gonna be Zany. So, we did work with Zany in last year's combat style event as well. Ooh, big wings? Yeah, big wings. And with Zany, we had quite an interesting time trying to figure out exactly what sort of category to put him in. Because last time when we were doing this, we were working in a tier list. And I only had 10 categories in my tier list because, oh my word. Those expression panels are so good. Yeah, I adore this reference sheet very, very, very much. I think as far as reference sheets that I've ever worked with go, this one is among my favorite reference sheets that I've ever received. The eating sketch is like one of the cutest things that I have encountered. I've said this literally every single time that Zany has been involved in something on stream. Is that eating sketch is just absurdly cute. But yes, so with Zany's sketch, we are gonna or Zany's outfit, I'm going to encourage everyone to actually check out his entry on X Twitter, so that you can see this reference sheet in all of its glory as well, because it has so much going for it in this reference sheet that I am fairly familiar with, because I have drawn Zany a couple of times in the past. But we're just going to talk about this in broad sketches. It is big. Yes, it is big. So in this reference sheet, we're basically getting Zany in two very distinctly different fighting style categories. We have a basic sort of swordsman version, and we have the OP version, basically. So normal standard form, and oh shucks, you better run for it because you messed up that bad form, right? And I think this is the one that I'm going to focus on for the combat style analysis, because Zany the swordsman is Zany the swordsman, but this has a lot of information. This has a lot of information that I could not appropriately capture in the last combat analysis in the tier list. FYI, this stream on YouTube is going to be in the events playlist, and you will find the previous iteration of this in that playlist from sometime a little bit more than a year ago. I was still in PNG mode then, and it was wild. So yes, if you are curious, you can check that out as well. But okay, first things first, there is actually no species perk. I know he's got 6 wings, but it's not according to his species. That is magic related. I only know that because I have worked with him before enough to figure out that there's some lore stuff involved. But for all practical purposes, he is human. So that is at a 0 on the species perk. There is nothing in terms of his base biology that would make any advantage over another human with the same skill sets. So the wings are not species, they are magic. Okay. As far as durability, there is quite a bit of armor on this one. He's got a breastplate, vambraces, tassets, he's got planes, he's got greaves. So as far as his extremities goes, he's got the major areas where you'd want to block taking a hit covered, with the exception of the major vital areas in the abdomen and in the groin. Those 2 vital areas are not protected, but under most circumstances with appropriate maneuverability, you should be able to guard them with a well-placed arm or leg. So either a twist or a good lift of the knee or drop of the arm should guard that pretty effectively under most circumstances, provided that the opponent does not get behind you or flank you in such a way that your torso can be reached, your midriff can be reached from the sides. So that, as far as armor goes, is a major major help. So far, this is the most armor that we have seen on a single character. And yes, I encourage you guys to look at the reference sheet and zoom in on that armor. Just appreciate it, please. Okay? Because it is worth looking at and freaking out over a little bit. Okay? So there is some distinct armor, but not quite full protection in that case. So I would say, as far as armor durability goes, those two gaps are pretty critical gaps. That's going to take us down to about a 7. That's going to take us down to about a 7 in terms of where I would expect our durability to be on that front. Chances are there's also going to be some sort of magical shielding capability as well, of some description, but I would not necessarily place my bets on it being fully active at all times. Maneuverability? Well, it could definitely fly. Like, it definitely fly. Probably with quite a bit of haste too. I would imagine that the wing beat pattern on this would be a not entirely dissimilar from a cyclical top, middle, bottom row wing beat pulse. I do not think that it would be any one set flapping at the same time as any other set. Simply because they will then have significant turbulence between the outer and inner wing sets in terms of just the direction of airflow. That'll be a huge turbulence issue. But if there is a rhythm and flow pulling the airflow across all 3 pairs of wings in a sensible order, that is going to give an awful lot more lift, which is going to give an awful lot more speed and maneuverability, which is really good. The other thing to note on the maneuverability is that all of the major joints are exposed, in addition to gravity and wind manipulation. Yeah, that helps too. That helps too, significantly. That helps too significantly. I was still getting there. But yeah, the joints are all exposed as well, which to a degree, the knees are guarded with the palanes. So in terms of limb maneuverability, I don't see much getting in the way here. The wings themselves, I believe, are not physically attached, but more sort of magically, ethereally bound to the torso. And in terms of how they actually physically manifest, I'm not sure if they are actually physically there. But I think the major consideration in terms of maneuverability on that is that, yes, there might be a slight restriction to how far the arm can go backwards before it actually starts interfering with the wings. And in terms of weapon control, while in this state, you've only really got the 180-degree range of movement ahead of you to work in safely without clipping the wings. So I would say, as far as maneuverability goes, there's no perfect solution. But this is very, very close. So this I'm going to put at... This one I'm going to put at a 9, because it is super, super close to being perfect maneuverability there. That being said, it would not be great if he got approached from behind. Line of sight will be restricted with all of those feathers. Also with that mask, also going to potentially restrict line of sight. Because that is definitely going to impact the periphery. that is visible to work with. Brute force. I'm not entirely sure that this form is going to depend on brute force. Like, I think this is a very much magic-driven form. In swordsman mode, the brute force looks like it should be approximately a 7, maybe an 8. Based off of what we can see of his build, there's definitely toning. Definitely has to have some degree of fitness to be able to wield multiple weapons, as we know that he does. And that will carry through to this magic form quite significantly. But will it actually depend on it? Probably not. Probably not. But I'm still going to include that brute force of approximately a 7-ish. Because he definitely, in his base physicality, has enough of that power backing him up with his experience as a multiple weapons expert. Next is range, of which he has quite a lot. So if you look at this sketch of his back over here, you will see there are these tattoos in all of the colors. That's all elemental markings. Which means that, yeah, he's got all of the elemental magic. And that means that that is going to manifest in all of the ways, and ranged attacks are 100% going to be one of those. Like, you can bet on it that there are going to be ranged attacks. Like Zany said in chat just a minute ago, wind and gravity manipulation being a thing, you can be certain that within a practical sphere of influence, that ranged attack magic is going to definitely play a role. I don't know if he can fling feathers as well or not, but it's not impossible. I'm not sure if it would be sniper rifle range, but I think that there is definitely quite a significant amount to work with. So range, I am gonna put this at about I'm gonna put this range on about 7 as well. Yeah, 8. I'm gonna put the range on 8. Not quite intercontinental. I think it's about a 500 meter bubble in that mode. Oh, okay. 7. Yeah. I think that's about fair. 8 would be a short distance RPG, basically. 9 would be intercontinental missile. 10 would be interplanetary, ish. I think, if I had to quantify the scale that I'm thinking of here. Adaptability, probably really high. Why? Because he's got all of the elemental magic. I can't think of anything that he wouldn't be able to figure out in some way, shape, or form without much issue. Having literally pretty much every kind of elemental magic that could be potentially useful. Close at hand does give you a lot of options to work with. Like, a lot of options to work with. The only thing I can imagine is that it might be that this form would maybe have a little bit of a hard time in a tight space. Like, this would maybe not be entirely useful in a small cavern underground. Oh wait, no. Earth manipulation. Not going to be a problem. Moving along swiftly, totally adaptable. Magic, solid 10. Because it's all of it. It's all of it. Stealth, I think, is gonna be like a 1. The 1 is only because I don't see the armor clanking, but literally between the multicolored glowies, all of the wings, and probably if he is going to be in this form, there's going to be attack magic going in every which direction. I don't think being quiet is on his game plan at this point in the fight. I really don't think. If he is in this state, being quiet is not on his radar. No witnesses is still stealth. Oh boy. Oh boy. I guess, maybe. Anyway. Weapons and ammunition. If we were dealing with base Zany, the swordsman mode, I would say weapons and ammunition would definitely be all the way up at like 8. I would definitely put weapons and ammunition on 8 if we were dealing with base mode Zany. Dealing with magic mode Zany, however, does it need it? Does it need it? I don't think so. I don't think so. It's like he really does not need it. Doesn't mean he's not capable though. Doesn't mean he's not capable though. I'm gonna put this on 5 because he doesn't need it, but he's got it anyway. He'd probably drop it before going into this mode because, come on, who's going to neatly make sure everything is stashed just so when you're going into everyone take cover. Yeah, I can't see him needing the weaponry at this stage, even though he still has the ability to wield it if need be in that current state. I don't know if the heirloom sword would maybe be an appropriate weapon for him in this state. I don't know. Would it? Huh. I'm not sure. But okay. And as for gear reliance, like, I just everything is made out of magic. I don't think he really relies on the gear all that much. The magic is everything. You probably still stow it before entering this state. Yeah, like I'd imagine sheathing a thing, but then the sheath stays on the ground out of the way. Probably. because any carried weapons, especially long-bladed weapons or polearms of any description, will interfere with flight and ability to maneuver in this current state, I think. Considering that the wingspan is already longer than the extent of the arm span plus single-handed bladed weapon. Or just floating somewhere nearby so it doesn't get badly damaged. Yeah, right, gravity manipulation. It's just, let me just hang this on a sky hook over there where I'm not going to accidentally break it. Very convenient. Very, very, very convenient. But yeah, I'm gonna put the gear alliance here on 0 as well, because at this point, yeah, he's got armor, but does he actually need to rely on his gear in order to be able to win the fight? Probably not. Probably not. I don't think so. There we go. Zany, do you agree with how I have assessed your character in this state? I think we can all hydrate, guys. Acquire your nearest staple consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. But yeah, I think I'm happy with that. In a large part, yes, I don't see many, if any, significant additions to be made. Hey! Awesome! Pepsi time. Water. Speaking of, I'm gonna need to top up my water momentarily as well. I've only got a few sips left, and then the bottle is empty. We have been going, if we include the time before the stream crashed the first time, we've been going for just under 5 hours. Woohoo! Are we all surviving? Are we all having fun still? We have got so many still to do, wow. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 still to do. Vibing. Sure. I significantly underestimated how much time I was going to spend on each of these. Significantly. Whoopsie! There might have to be a part 2. There might have to be a part 2. Because otherwise what's going to happen is that my throat is not going to survive this day. Maybe. But okay. So the next character we've got is Pessimistic Hype. I actually did his character, didn't I? And it is largely based on persona lore. I have not played Persona. So I'm not 100% sure how things work. But the description that we've gotten is a resident in the Velvet Room, a space between dream and reality, mind and matter. So another ethereal class character. A bridge to the collective conscious and unconscious, as well as a wielder of powerful beings from the very depths of the Sea of Souls. But nowadays, a very gentle soul who is awaiting guests in his own version of the Velvet Room, the Velvet Bar. Okay. So, as far as the world build goes, I'm actually largely unschooled about how things work in Persona, which is mostly of what this design is based on. So in terms of how exactly things work, there is a lot that I don't actually know. So I'm gonna work pretty much based explicitly off of the description that we got. So as far as species perk goes, I'm not really aware of anything. I'd say it's probably a bit less than what Remy had. Probably a little bit less than what Remy had in terms of species perk. If only because I don't anticipate that he would have as much control over the subconscious, right? Because it's in an in-between state, not in a full dreamscape state. So, I'm probably going to leave the species perk at like 1. What was Remy? 2, yeah. So species perk I'm going to put at 1 because we've got actually no idea if he was ever human. I don't know. Then if we look next at durability, he's wearing a suit. And he's got no armor of any description whatsoever. And I don't know really 100% about Persona lore, but I am half certain I've seen like I'm half certain I've seen something of someone in similar dress code suffering some sort of an injury. I am half sure that I've seen that before somewhere, fleetingly, on my timeline. I honestly can't remember. So I don't think it's impossible for him to take damage. Unlike I don't think it's impossible for him to take damage. In fact, I actually think it's probably pretty easy for him. Like I'd probably say he's actually quite vulnerable. Like at best, I can imagine if his shirt and the lining of his waistcoat and jacket are silk, that might be helpful as a defensive line. Because those materials are very resistant to piercing damage. But aside from that, I think he's actually pretty vulnerable. So durability, I'm going to put that at like a 2. I don't see him having much going for him in terms of the durability on that front. Maneuverability is reasonable. I'd say he doesn't actually generally need to maneuver much because he's a barman. How much does he need to move, right? Like at worst, he's got to throw a rowdy person out the bar. Maybe, unless something goes horribly, horribly, horribly wrong. Plot ensues. I'd peg maneuverability here. There's no indication that he's got to move a lot. The suit jacket might have a little bit of a restriction around the shoulder as well. So maneuverability wise, I'm going to put him at 5. Like, he looks like he should be able to move relatively easily, but at the same time, between his build, his jacket, arm eye cut, and general tightness, and general paradigm of existence, I don't really think he needs to maneuver that much. So I'm going to put that on a 5. Then brute force. Probably also going to be a relatively low number. How am I going to put this one? I'm gonna say he's not gonna be picking fights on his own. He's probably gonna be ending them. But I don't think he's gonna be, you know, one-punching someone into a stadium next door. Yeah, so I'm gonna put that on a 4 at best. I don't think he's gonna have much more than that. Range, also, I can't see him having much in terms of range. Nothing to throw. I don't think he wants to throw his keys. No indication of weaponry of any description. So I'm going to throw that in as well. It's on my now already. Weapons and ammunition, that's going to be a 0. Because there aren't any. And range, I think, is probably going to be contact range only. I don't see him carrying any sort of a weapon. Not even something melee range. So contact range only. Adaptability. That is now the question. I'm not sure about this. Like, like, he can probably get away with You can probably get away with a couple of things, but I'm not sure that he's got all of the options that one would need to be really hyper adaptable. He's got no weapons, so he's not got that as an option. He could potentially, if he was wearing it, fling his hat at someone to temporarily block line of sight. Could potentially use his ribbon tie as a weapon of some description, possibly. But aside from that, he's not really got anything gear-wise that he could use to adapt and do the thing. And I also don't know what kind of control he has over the Velvet Room or the Velvet Bar that he is managing, in terms of how it is structured, who can come in and out of it, etc, etc, etc. So in terms of how that behavior is controlled, I don't know what his actual capabilities are in that regard. So, as far as adaptability goes for hype, I'm gonna put that at like a 4, because I don't think that he's gonna have no options, but I do see enough going on there for there to be some restrictions on how many options he does have. Magic is probably relatively high. At least like a 7. Courtesy of, you know, being an ethereal being living in the Velvet Room. But absolutely not all-powerful. Definitely not archmage-ish. So I'm going to put that at about 6 or 7. 6 or 7, 6 or 7. I'm going to put that on 7. Because there's something there, but we're not 100% sure what kind of authority he exerts over the space he occupies. Alright. Stealth-wise, he doesn't really need to do much moving around in the space that he occupies, which is a very, very blue space. It is so very, very, very blue space. So, in all likelihood, if he had to tuck into a ball in the dark corner and throw his jacket over his head, you probably, if you're in a hurry, won't see him. So you can probably hide pretty easily if you needed to. I think that would be something immensely in his favor. What is not in his favor is his keyring dangles, which would clink together. Like, they would absolutely clink together. The mole plushie would be one thing, but the ray and the key are definitely hard surface objects. So those would clink together a little bit. So, stealth, in all practical purposes, I'm going to put on like an 8. Because he in his natural environment, would be pretty undetectable until he wants to be known. And lastly is going to be Glare Reliance. And this is going to be... Once again, he's not carrying any obvious weapons. He's not carrying any sort of armor. If he's going to be in a combat scenario, it's probably going to be based on magic, not based on his actual physical articles in his possession. So, that's also going to be about a 0. So Hype is also very, very much a non-combat type of character. If he had to go into a scenario where he needs to fight, and with all of this yawning, I think it's after this I'm going to wrap it up for today, and we're gonna have to pick this up again. I'll pick it up again tomorrow. There's enough for us to work on this again tomorrow. But anyway, yeah, I think if he had to get into any sort of a combat scenario, it would probably be something of a magical nature. Not the EPs catching up. The EPs are catching up. It is very, very nearly that time of day for me, unfortunately. It's almost 1 a.m. UTC. Cut me some slack. I am not in the American time slice. But yeah. And we have been live for just for about 5 hours already anyway. But yeah, if I can imagine that if Hype was in some sort of a combat scenario, it would be a situation where magic would play some form of role in how things play out. Once again, I am not familiar with the Persona franchise and how it works in terms of what sort of capabilities the Velvet Room attendants have, what authority they exert over their spaces, and what additional abilities they do have. I honestly do not know. But if Hype were to get involved in something of that description, I do imagine that he would have some sort of magical-based solution for combat of some degree. And if it were something a little bit more mundane, he'd probably have enough physical push power to, you know, physically grapple someone into submission. I think that's just part of being a bartender, right? It's like, okay, if the guy gets a little bit rowdy over there at table number 3, you know, just pick him up and throw him out the door. Type of vibe. I think that is kind of the sort of physique and strength level that I would expect from Hype at the very, very, very least in terms of that. But there we go. Chase him out with a broom. Something like that. Especially considering that the description that we got for him was gentle soul, not really out picking fights, really. He's just minding his own business in his velvet room, doing the thing. So absolutely not a frontline combatant by any stretch of the imagination at all. But yeah, there we go. I'm definitely going to need to do a part 2 of this. I will see if it's going to be tomorrow or maybe Monday. I'll see if it's going to be tomorrow or maybe on Monday. We're going to do a part 2 of this. I will confirm because there are several that we have not yet done. So I will let you guys know when that happens. And what I do think is that for part 2, if we can try and keep chat on the YouTube, because this VOD is not going to actually contain the chat, and I feel like that's a little bit sad that most of the chat was contained on Twitch, where it's not going to be recorded. Big sad. Big sad. So yeah, YouTube is my primary platform, actually. And Twitch is basically just like convenience, sort of, halfish. Oh no, but I made a friend today. You did. Yes. Twitch is basically my second pair of eyes platform. But YouTube is actually my primary platform. So I am gonna be poking around with it. It's on my game plan for tomorrow, aside from fixing why it did not work today. But I do want to set up chat forwarding from Twitch to YouTube. I can't really do it the other way around because of Twitch TOS. And with my luck, I will be the sucker. And let me just let me just come back over here again. Yeah. With my luck, I will be the sucker who gets things said. Okay, you broke TOS. You're the one who gets bonked. I am that luck even for stuff that goes usually wholly unenforced. So I like playing it safe. I like playing it safe on that front. But yeah, so I'm going to see if I can set up chat forwarding from Twitch to YouTube, but I'm not going to be able to put it the other way around. That being the case, if you are able to join us for round 2, if you were not included in tonight's session, I hope to see you again next time. I hope that you guys got to make a couple of new friends in chat as well. Got to follow a couple of new cool people. It was really fun having you guys around. I really enjoyed it. I hope to see you again. We have a couple of cool things in store in the next couple of days and weeks. I've got my first ever karaoke coming up soon as part of the Donothon goals that we have achieved so far. That's going to be chaos of the best of kind. I've not done that before. We're going to try it out for the first time. Cool. Also, we have a botsu that has been unlocked where I have to attempt to write a song. I do not know how to write music. And we're doing it in Audacity. And I only have my microphone and the objects around my desk. Those are the limitations. So it's gonna be cursed, but it's gonna be hilarious. Super fun being here. I'm glad you enjoyed it. As long as I get a later portion, please. I would love for class to not prevent me from watching the stream. All right. What time do your classes end? Roughly. It sounded like, based off of this current session, that you were done by... It sounds like you were done by 2200 UTC. Not 2200. 200 hours UTC. It sounded like you were done this time. I was paying attention, okay? Roughly to the clock-ish. But yeah, if that's the case, then I'll just make a note to say, yeah, stale toaster second half. Yeah, 20 UTC. Okay. Yeah, no, then we'll just make sure that you're in the second half. That shouldn't be an issue. That should not be an issue at all. Uh-huh. we will not have any issue with that. I will make sure to come back to you when you are around. That is an almost guarantee for me to be there. Thank you. No, it's an absolute pleasure to have you guys. It's an absolute pleasure. For everyone who was included in today's session, you will be getting your fighting style analysis radar graph as well as your timestamp tomorrow morning. I am on the adrenaline crash at the moment, and I do not want to make mistakes. Also, it's 5 hours of VOD to comb through. So, I will send those through to you as soon as I have that information. Thank you all so much for your participation. It was really, really fun. I liked being able to yap about you at length. And I hope you enjoyed it as well. You have some really, really cool designs, and for everyone that I haven't worked with yet, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it greatly. These sorts of sessions where we get to just kind of decode what's going on is really, really, really fun. I don't know if maybe we will want to do something like this a little bit more regularly with, hey, I had a new outfit or this or that or the next thing as like a potential random, hey, this is a cool thing we do on the Harrier channel type thing. I think that would maybe be fun. It's like, hey, if something new happens, hit me up, let me know, and we'll have a poke at it. I'll see if I can come up with a hashtag for it, and then make it a regular thing, maybe, because once a year and doing it in bulk, it's cool. But if we're gonna have it something like this, it's fun to yap and gives us something. It gives us something to work with. I think doing it a little bit more regularly would also be fun. And a nice interjection from commission work and all of the other creative chaos that we indulge in on this channel. So yeah, it was a lot of fun, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. What else? Big thank yous once again for getting us up to 78% of our Donathon donation goal. Every little bit makes us get one step closer to hardware upgrades that are gonna make doing the job easier. I am a full-time professional streamer, guys. Strange as that sounds. So I do art commissions as a large portion of my income. And I stream the process in order to make sure that you guys know that it is in fact being done by a real human being. And also for making sure that I actually do the thing that I say that I'm going to do. Because otherwise procrastination will hit me like a truck. So we do a whole bunch of that madness. And we do everything from character design, illustration, 3D modeling a little bit in terms of like environment stuff. I'm trying to do a little bit of character modeling as well, but I'm not good at it yet. I don't know what I'm doing. I've got to try model myself for 3D, and it's like I'm going through cycles of existential panic about that. About all of the stuff that I need to learn and get better at every single time. But hey, this is the creative chaos that we ensue, right? It's fun. It's fun. We taste all of the things. I'm also on my own model mama, so I am working on 2 VTuber model commissions at the moment. One for Halo Teo and one for Cheeky Wolf. So we're going to be seeing a lot of progress on those in the future as well. And yeah, we are making all of the things. I do a lot of stuff. It's chaos. It's fun. And when the brain juices run out, I will sometimes jump into something like Final Fantasy XIV, do a little bit of voice acting madness there. I am currently doing a free trial completionist playthrough at my own time while I am trying to manage burnout to make sure that I don't flop on commission deadlines. So yeah, that's where we're at. I do very little gaming. We mostly doing creative stuff, but it's fine. We yap at all times. And I enjoy having you guys here, and I hope that you guys enjoy your stay as well. With that said, however, it is now time for me to call it a day. For everyone who was here for the first time, it was really, really nice meeting you. I hope that you had fun. And yes, between sending out radar graphs tomorrow, I will try and get chat forwarding to YouTube for VOD purposes. Because that's kind of important to me. And yeah, it's sad that stuff gets lost in the annals of the Twitch VOD a little bit, so yeah. In any case, thank you guys. I will see you all tomorrow. I think I've got to work on commission stuff tomorrow. Let me just double check. I think I said I was going to work on commission stuff tomorrow. Yes? Yeah, probably. It'll be other commission stuff, or I'll figure it out in the run of tomorrow. I'll figure it out in the run of tomorrow, and I will let you guys know about when exactly part 2 shall be. So, thank you once again. Rest well when you get to it. And until next time, everyone, cheery bye.